For the purposes of anyone watching, my name is Alison Kirkwood and I'm one of the reporters appointed by Scottish Ministers to hold this inquiry, along with my colleague David Liddle, who will also be involved in today's proceedings. This is day 3 of the inquiry session on hydrology and private water supplies. As with the previous sessions, we'll take regular short breaks throughout the day, a lunch break, hopefully around 12:30, and we'll aim to get finished as soon as we can this afternoon. Anyone have any procedural matters they wish to raise before we get started? Dr. Connor.
It was just a matter of clarification, really, because it doesn't affect today, but it does affect other parts of this application and overall inquiry. And that is in regard to precognitions. Is it necessary for any party actually, to specifically list all the issues that they want to address in evidence? For example, if we're talking about landscape and visual, do you have to list every single? I'm just going back to the private water supplies, and I just wanted clarification, because if that's the case, then people, Scottish Power Renewables and their solicitors are obviously very experienced and third parties aren't. So we just, I think, need to know what it is that needs to be in a precognition. So that was the only point of clarification.
Okay. Yes, I mean, thanks for asking, and I was aware that some of the issues that came up yesterday will be relevant for future sessions. The advice is very much on the principle that if people are wanting to raise evidence as part of the oral sessions, then they should flag it beforehand in either their inquiry statement or their precognition, with reference to the if there's a document a supporting document, then that should be referenced. So that is the general principle. David and I yesterday, in allowing your evidence to continue, are aware of the difficult balance for third parties in understanding, and so we try to take a pragmatic and flexible approach while still being fair to the applicant. So hopefully that the guidance is that everything should be flagged beforehand. If issues arise, we will discuss them at the time.
Thank you, ma'am. That does help. I did read through the regulations, but I wasn't sure whether each individual property or viewpoint or water supply had to be listed, but I think that makes it clear. Thank you.
Okay. There is, if anybody wants to refer back to the code of practice on inquiries, was something that we sent out to all parties, but we can maybe ask Jane to send it out again to everybody so that they have a reminder of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else from anybody before we get started? Okay, so today is, we'll start with Mr. Robb's evidence. Mr. Robb, this will follow the same sequence as yesterday. You will present your evidence in chief, led by Mr. MacLeod, and then you'll be cross-examined firstly by Mr. Campbell on behalf of the council, and then by Dr. Connor. David and I may then have some questions for you, and then you'll have the opportunity for re-examination. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, understood, ma'am.
Okay, well, on that basis, Mr. MacLeod, you want to introduce your witness?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, my only witness at this session of the inquiry is Mr. Gordon Robb, who is a very experienced hydrologist and hydrogeologist who has a precognition and inquiry statement which are before you. And as Dr. Connor discovered yesterday, and we'll no doubt ask about, Mr. Robb is the author of the hydrology chapter of the environmental statement and the private water supply risk assessment. We will take his precognition as read, as you've indicated, and I just wanted to move on to a few supplementary questions which arise from the evidence of other parties, Mr. Robb. Could we start, please, by just discussing the EIA report and the risk assessment? And could you please briefly explain for the reporter's benefit how the scope and methodology of the assessment were determined?
Yes, the methodology we adopted was a standard approach methodology which we've used for many EIARs over the years. The methodology gets refined and gets developed as new guidance comes out, but it's a standard approach used by ourselves, but also by our peers. At the outset of the project,
I don't want to interrupt, ma'am.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, could you come a bit closer to your microphone? We're struggling to pick up the sound.
Sorry.
Is that what you were going to say, Mr. Campbell?
That's what I wanted to ask him to do, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Slightly. It's still quite hard to.
We're going to try and turn up the volume a bit at our end.
Thank you.
Is that any better, ma'am? Yeah.
Yes, that's much better. Thank you. It's not the volume you need to turn up, it's the output.
Yeah. Okay. The methodology we adopted is a common methodology and a standard methodology which we use for wind farm EIAs. It's also a methodology which is used by many of our peers in other consultancies. At the outset of the project, we undertook a scoping exercise where we presented the methodology we were proposing to use and agreed this with statutory consultees. A summary of the scoping exercise is given in my chapter, and we looked previously in the inquiry sessions at table 10.1 of chapter 10 of the EIA report. That details what scoping was done and where the scoping requests were addressed. The table also signposts readers to where the information can be found in my report. The methodology I used also considered cumulative impacts, and that's given in section 10.4.3.7 of the EIAR chapter that we prepared. I'll just highlight that also included Chimmery Wind Farm, which I know Ms. Lubin referred to on Wednesday. So I do believe it's a contemporary assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. Thank you, Mr. Robb. There was some discussion during the evidence of other witnesses about the reference to a conceptual site model. Could you just explain for the reporters what that means and where, if anywhere, it can be found?
The conceptual site model is not a computational model. Conceptual site model is a description of the geology, hydrology, and hydrogeology. That's given in the baseline text of the EIA chapter, and that's pulled together in the private water supply risk assessment, where the description of the geology, hydrogeology, and hydrology is used to describe the pathway between the development, the source, and the private water supplies, the receptors.
Thank you. In summary, in relation to the methodology that you've used, is it in any way unusual?
No,
That's a leading question, sir.
I'm surprised. Mr. Campbell should know only too well that I'm perfectly entitled to lead my witness in examination in chief, not when re-examining, but certainly in examination in chief.
No, I'm very sorry to interrupt. I don't do so out of any discourtesy, but leading questions in examination in chief are not allowed. You're discouraged from asking leading questions. Otherwise, the answer is obvious and it's pointless. It's of no value to the reporters to have an answer from a witness which has been led by the questioner. So I object to the question because it is leading. I'm sure Mr. MacLeod is well experienced enough to know that.
Are you able to ask the question in a slightly different way, Mr. MacLeod?
Well, I suppose to go back to the point, I'm not convinced that it is a leading question. Let me try and put it a different way. How would you describe the methodology that you've used? Is it usual or unusual?
The methodology we have used is standard, and there's nothing unusual about the assessment we have completed and the approach we have taken.
Is there anything in particular about this site that has helped your understanding of the issues that needed to be addressed when it comes to risk assessment, Mr. Robb?
We're actually in a privileged position at the site where there is existing development that's been used for wind farm construction, which were used for this planning application and this proposal. So, for example, the access track is existing. The location of the borrow pits are existing. 4 of the borrow pits are already there. The access track has been used for the construction of the existing Arecleoch wind farm as well as the Arecleoch wind farm. And so we were able to review the assess impacts that may have occurred while the access track was being used or while the borrow pits were being used. And that has helped inform our assessment for this application. So we're not always in that position where we have this information before us. So in this situation, there was a lot of site-specific information and similar land use and similar practices completed on site that's proposed in this application.
Now, just on that topic, are you aware whether there were any environmental incidents related to private water supplies arising from the construction of the Arecleoch wind farm?
I'm aware of none.
And I think you also mentioned Kilgallia.
Also, I'm aware of no environmental incidents associated with construction at Kilgallia.
You'll have seen Ms. Loban's evidence that any risk of damage to private water supplies is too great. Could you give the reporters your comments on that view, please?
My view is that any risk is not too great. So the EIA process allows risks to be identified and, well, allows receptors to be identified and then the risk to these receptors to be assessed. And as part of the design process, an EIA allows either those risks to be mitigated, or if they can't be mitigated, for mitigation measures to be put forward to safeguard sensitive receptors. So I don't believe that any risk is too great.
Thank you. Now, in terms of informing the assessment process, your evidence has talked about the site visits and the questionnaires that were completed. And I may have picked this up incorrectly, but I got the impression from some of Dr. Connor's evidence yesterday that she did not believe that you had received 7 questionnaires in response. Can you just confirm for the reporter's benefit what you have done, having heard Dr. Connor's evidence, please?
Yes. I checked the questionnaire responses we received just to make sure that the information I presented in my inquiry report was correct. And yes, we did receive 7 questionnaire responses, including a questionnaire response from Burnside, which I think was questioned yesterday. We spoke with the owners there on the 6th of February. And I have the questionnaire here.
And you may be asked the question why those questionnaires are not in front of the inquiry. So just to short circuit that, can you just explain that to the reporters, please?
The questionnaires contain privileged information, and we treat it as confidential information, and we're very wary of our obligations under the general data protection legislation about giving information about private water supplies in our assessments.
For the avoidance of doubt, your evidence is that there were 7 questionnaires completed, and the one that Dr. Connor specifically suggested had not been completed. You have a copy of that questionnaire.
Correct.
If we could perhaps move on to Dr. Connor's precognition, please. And as indicated yesterday, there are a few paragraphs from Dr. Connor's precognition where I'd like you to explain your views to the reporter. So if we start at paragraph 2.16. Just make sure that everybody's got a copy of that. Yeah. Okay. So 2.16, Mr. Robb, at the end of that paragraph, there is a sentence in bold which reads, failure to engage with the PWS owner or identify the source and infrastructure automatically assigns a high risk category to that supply. Could you just give your professional view on that statement, please?
Our approach and my view on this is we consider all private water supplies as highly sensitive, regardless of their location. The location of the, I'm sure we'll come on to talk about the location of the private water supplies was informed by desk study, which we then tried to validate as best we could in the field. But from a point of view of assigning risk, they're all considered highly sensitive, regardless of location.
Thank you. And there are a couple of paragraphs just slightly before that that I'd like to ask you about as well. Maybe just working back up the page. In fact, sorry, let's go back 1 page. So paragraph 2.12, Dr. Connor refers to your inquiry statement and says that you provide clearer maps of PWS properties, and says that your risk assessment also identifies a new at-risk surface water, private water supply 16. Again, could you just explain the issue there and your views of what Dr. Connor has said?
Private water supply 16 is the private water supply to Kenley. When we requested data from South Ayrshire Council at the outset of the project in 2018, they did not have any information regarding the location of the source of the abstraction. So we looked at published data sources to see if we could find any information on the source. And in the original Arecleoch wind farm EIA, it was reported that the property Kenley was unoccupied, but it was supplied by a well to the west of the property. So we assessed this location in our original assessment in the EIAR, and we identified no risk because we didn't believe there was a source pathway receptor linkage. In their statement of case, South Ayrshire Council confirmed, or provided new information and confirmed that the private water supply to Kenley shared the same source as the railway station and Ferngate, i.e. private water supply 14. So we reassessed, using this new information, the risk to Kenley, and it's been given the same risk, it's assessed in the same way and given the same risk ranking as Bar Hill and Ferngate.
Moving on in Dr. Connor's precognition, paragraph 2.14, Dr. Connor says that the private water supply risk assessment has relied heavily on unpublished information about private water supplies from historic environmental reports for other wind farms, She suggests that because that information is not in the public domain, there's an EIA compliance issue. Can you just explain to the reporters how you have used any, as Dr. Connor describes it, unpublished information? How has that been used?
Yes. We go to great lengths not to use privileged or unpublished information in our assessments. Our assessments need to be auditable by statutory consultees and others. So we don't use privileged information. So we use publicly available information to complete the assessment. Our information sources are listed in section 1.1 of Technical Appendix 10.3 of the Water chapter. That's the private water supply risk assessment. And also in section 10.2 of the EIAR, and specifically section 10.2.6.1. And the data sources we use are responses to data requests under Freedom of Information Act, to South Ayrshire Council, to SEPA. We review developer websites for wind farm developers in the area. We're also the planning portal for lodged planning applications in EIAs or EIARs for neighbouring developments. And that becomes, that is the cohort of information that we use for our assessment. This is a common approach. It's not just an approach that's used by myself and SLR. And we then use that desk-based information to focus our field surveys on where we can validate information and to allow us to complete our assessment.
So to summarise, you gathered information from a number of sources, including environmental impact assessment reports for other wind farms. But that was the start of the process. You then went and undertook further work, which is that published or unpublished within the EIA report?
Yeah, we need to validate and we need to be sure that information we're reporting is correct to the best of our ability. So yes, that is reported in the EIAR.
Thank you. Paragraph 2.17 of Dr. Connor's recognition says that you have not considered geohydrological flow pathways for every groundwater dependent private water supply, which is either down gradient or within a kilometre separation distance from the development site. Is that correct?
It's not correct. No, we have assessed.
You have assessed everything within a kilometre or which is down gradient. Thank you. And then looking at the final two sentences of paragraph 2.17, Dr. Connor says, groundwater flows are acknowledged in the environmental report to be confined to superficial fracture flow and weathered zones in a low productivity aquifer with almost impermeable rock. Despite this, surface topography has been used to exclude risk to deep boreholes without considering the influence of local solid geology and preferential groundwater flows. Now, as best you can, could you just explain what that is saying in English and give the reporter your views on those statements?
I'll just take a moment to read again.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Yes, we did assess all private water supply sources, and in the private water supply risk assessment, the source pathway receptor linkage to each identified private water supply source is presented and discussed. The characterization of the pathway was based on the description of the geology, hydrogeology and hydrology presented in the main body of the text of chapter 10, which describes how groundwater flow is generated and how it passes within the rocks at the site. So I do believe we've assessed all private water supply sources and the mechanism of how water might get to private water supplies and how there is or is not a linkage to the proposed development.
Okay. And Dr. Connor, in the final two sentences of 217, in fact, let's just look at the final sentence. She says that surface topography has been used to exclude risk to deep boreholes without considering the influence of local solid geology and preferential groundwater flows. Have you failed to consider the influence of local solid geology and preferential groundwater flows in your assessment?
No, I have not. From the description of the geology presented by the BGS and the description of the hydrogeology presented by the BGS, but also from observations from on site, and particularly from the borrow pits, which afford great exposures of the geology. It's been confirmed that the bulk permeability of the Kirkholm Formation, which is the geology that lies beneath the whole of the development site, is very low. And although the bulk permeability is very low, water can move within it, but it can move at very slow rates and in very slow quantities. And this water can migrate down to deeper fractures and fissures in the rock. But the time it takes, we're talking certainly tens of years, and in certain instances to deep fissures, thousands of years. It takes a long time to reach the fissures or fractures in rock in deeper groundwater. The main control on groundwater flow is provided by the upper surface of the geology, which is very weathered and behaves like a gravel. So when instant rainfall falls upon the bedrock, water will preferentially flow on the surface of the bedrock within this gravel. And that's why using a surface water catchment is a good proxy for a groundwater catchment. If there are fissures and fractures deeper down and intersected by deeper boreholes, the water which is collected by those boreholes has traveled for a very long time through the low bulk permeability of the bedrock. I noted that Ms. Loban, in her evidence on Wednesday, noted that the age of the water quite often in the deep boreholes, certainly at the age of 100 years, if not 1,000 years, which coincides with information and was consistent with information published by the BGS.
Thank you. In paragraphs 2.20 to 2.23, Dr. Connor raises a number of issues about SEPA's guidance, and we discussed some of that yesterday. Can you just give the reporter your views on SEPA's guidance and its relevance and the extent to which you have relied exclusively on SEPA's guidance, please?
SEPA's guidance, in particular LUPG 31, does apply. It applies to all EIAs and major planning applications, so it certainly applies for this application. It also states it applies to public and private water supplies. So we have used it, and we have made sure we've complied with the guidance that's within that. It specifies buffers that should be applied to private water supply sources of 100 meters or 250 meters, depending on the depth of excavation nearby. And we've shown these buffers on figure 10.7 of the drawings which accompanied the EIA chapter. So that's CD 1.3. figure 10.7. What I would say with regard to private water supplies is that SEPA's guidance is not the end of the process, and showing compliance with SEPA's guidance doesn't mean we're showing that private water supplies will be protected. And that is why we use much larger buffers when we look for private water supply sources, and why we're not constrained to using just the 100-meter and 250-meter buffer or standoff.
Thank you. Now, one detailed point about SEPA's guidance, you'll see in paragraph 2.22 that Dr. Connor says, despite stated compliance with SEPA LUPG, it's evident that from the PWS, RA and your inquiry statement, that there is not compliance with the guidance for at least one private water supply at Arnameen, adjacent to the main access road. Can you just give the reporter your comments on that statement, please?
I don't think that's true for two reasons. Here, there's no new development proposed next to Arnameen. It's proposed to use the existing track without modification. And also the existing track there is not an excavation. And so SEPA's buffers apply to excavation depths of up to 1 meter or greater than 1 meter.
Thank you. I think we're nearly there with Dr. Connor's recognition.
Mr. MacLeod, I wonder if I could just ask a question.
Yeah.
It just follows on one of Mr. Robb's answers there. So rather than come back to, you said, Mr. Robb, that you use much larger buffers than is in the SEPA guidance. Do you have figures for those buffers that you do use?
We state in the chapter that we take a 1 kilometer buffer from the site boundary, which in essence from the proposed infrastructure. The proposed infrastructure generally isn't on the site boundary, but within the site. So the areas which we consider, or the study area, is much greater than 1 kilometer.
So when you say a 1 kilometer buffer there, does that mean a 1 kilometer buffer from which you would exclude all excavation, or all excavation of a particular depth, or does that just mean within 1 kilometer you need to do a more detailed assessment?
We do a more detailed assessment of within 1 kilometer of the red line boundary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Robb, I was going to ask you about Dr. Connor's statement in paragraph 2.27, where she says the disaster mitigation plan for these private water supplies and others also at low risk is a few bottles of water at the site offices. Is that the mitigation that you recognise as being proposed?
No, it's not. At the concluding sections of the private water supply risk assessment, which accompanied my chapter, we talk about some of the mitigation measures that might be required or might be suitable at this site. We don't give any extensive list, but what we do say is that it's information and details which would be agreed with statutory consultees, including South Ayrshire Council and SEPA, by planning condition should the planning application be granted consent.
Thank you. There was actually one other point from the precognition itself, and it's just immediately above 227, where Dr. Connor says, why then are 3 private water supplies dependent on abstraction from the cross water at the boundary of the development site considered to be at low risk? And again, just your comments on that statement for the reporters, please.
They are not considered at low risk. The mitigation measures have been proposed to reduce the risk to the private water supply that serves these properties. is not considered a low-risk private water supply abstraction.
Thank you. Finally then, just picking up on a few of the points that came out of evidence yesterday, and we'll start with a general point around borrow pits. Now, you may recall what Dr. Connor had to say about borrow pits and the issue of, I think the point that she was making, if I understood it correctly, was because there is no mechanical dewatering proposed at the borrow pits, that in essence demonstrates the fact that the borrow pits are permeable and that water within the borrow pits will drain to some underground fissures or fractures, which then might ultimately serve private water supplies. Do you recall that evidence being given?
I do.
Can you just give the reporters your comments on that, please?
I don't believe that to be the case. The bedrock geology has a very low permeability and doesn't readily allow ingress of water into the rock, especially on the floor of borrow pits where the upper weathered section of the bedrock geology has been removed. The reason the borrow pits are dry, the existing borrow pits are dry at site, is because they have been completed with a fall on the floor of the borrow pits, which drain to open surface water ditch, which allows treatment of the runoff before it's discharged to ground surface adjacent to the borrow pit. There is, in the EIA report, and it's photograph 10.3.2 on page 11 of the EIA chapter. I don't expect people to find out just now unless they want to, but there's a picture of a flooded borrow pit there. That doesn't have any outflow, and the reason that it's flooded is because it has no outflow, and that's a disused borrow pit within the forestry area of Arecleoch.
Thank you. So in essence, the borrow pits will drain because of the way in which they are constructed rather than because of the underlying geology. Is that, would that be a way for a layperson to understand the issue?
That's a fair description, yes.
Thank you. Now, you'll recall that Dr. Connor raised for the first time a number of detailed concerns about some of the private water supplies, and I just wanted to run through each of those with you and to ask you to explain from your perspective what the position is and whether you have any concerns having heard Dr. Connor's evidence. So I think if we start with private water supply number 7, which is Knocky Coed.
Okay. With regard to private water supply 7, we had a questionnaire response from the landowner or the occupier there, which allowed us to pinpoint the location of the source of the spring. And when we came to assess that, we looked at the surrounding topography and hydrology. We noticed a spring, therefore it's likely to have groundwater catchment that is similar to a surface water catchment. We also noted there was a watercourse between the identified spring source and the proposed site infrastructure, the access track and borrow pit 2. That watercourse, we consider, would provide a hydraulic barrier or break between the access track and the spring source. And on the basis of that, we confirmed there was no pathway between the proposed development and the private water supply source. which meant we didn't progress further with our assessment because there was no complete source pathway receptor linkage. It's interesting to note, or I would note, that there've been no issues with either quantity or quality of the private water supply 7 during construction of the original Arecleoch wind farm or Arecleoch, which used this access track, and also which one rock at Borrowpit 2. So there's nothing that was presented yesterday which changes our assessment.
Okay. I think the next one on the list was private water supply number 11, which is Dock Royal.
Yes. We talked about the borehole at Dock Royal yesterday. Oh, sorry, Dr. Conroy talked about the borehole at Dock Royal yesterday, and the presence of a fissure in the bedrock at depth. I think from recollection, it's around about 55 meters below ground level. And Dr. Connor correctly pointed out that the borehole log records artesian groundwater flow, i.e. an upwelling of water in the borehole well to ground level. And she correctly made the point that there needs to be a driving head to allow that water to rise to that elevation. Without a driving head, then the water would remain with the borehole. It could only be removed by pump. There is high ground around the Dock Royal property, which rises to an elevation of more than 160 meters AOD. In fact, it goes up to nearly 200 meters AOD. And the catchment area which we consider would drain to the borehole includes this area of elevated ground of greater than 160 meters AOD, which is the ground level at the borehole. So we believe that certainly the catchment area that we identified is more than capable of supplying an artesian supply at this borehole. The water which upwells in the borehole will be collected by the fissure which the borehole has intercepted, and the fissure will be gathering water from the low permeability bedrock which it passes through. And so the elevated ground above 160 meters AOD will pass slowly down through this low bedrock geology, be intercepted by the fissure, which allows slightly easier groundwater movement towards the borehole. I should point out the fissures aren't pipes, they're not open, they're not water superhighways, they're areas of degraded rock, typically very heterogenic, containing gravel, sand, and silt. But they are more permeable than the surrounding bedrock. I would also point out that the nearest turbines or excavations that are proposed to Dock Royal are more than 3 kilometers from the borehole at Dock Royal. And as reported by the BGS in the report we were looking at yesterday, and also reported in my inquiry report, where it's stated pathway lengths are generally not long and generally do not extend more than a couple of kilometers. So I don't believe excavations at the wind farm, at the proposed wind farm, would interrupt groundwater flow to the Dock Royal borehole.
Just making sure the reporters have finished their notes on that. Sorry, ma'am, I appreciate that some of the evidence that Mr. Robb is giving is detailed and I mean, I'm sure you would have done it anyway, but if there's any point at which you want to come in and get clarification or ask him for any further information, then please by all means do so.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, some of these questions we would have been asking if you hadn't covered, so that's helpful.
Thank you. I think that there was some discussion about private water supply 14 and 16. Was there anything more that you would want to say about those?
I think there's a general consensus that this private water supply is at risk. I don't think that's been disputed by any of the parties. So what I would say is when we did our water supply surveys, we were able to talk to, I don't know if you call it management or not, but certainly staff at Bar Hill Railway Station. And when we completed our survey there, they did tell us that they'd been served notice by South Ayrshire Council that the water supply there was not fit for purpose and should not be used as drinking water. But that doesn't affect our assessment in any way, because we regard, as I said earlier, all private water supply sources as highly sensitive, and adopting the precautionary principle, we thought it best to accept that the private water supply 14 water source could be fit for purpose in the future, and therefore it should be assessed as if it's fit for use at present.
Thank you. And then I think possibly lastly, PWS 17, which is White Cairn. Again, just reflecting on what Dr. Connor said yesterday, just giving the reporter your views on the evidence you heard and any concerns arising as a result of that.
Okay, private water supply 17, White Cairn. I did address this in my precondition in paragraph 4.7, which we don't need to turn to now, but if you, what I'm about to say, I addressed in my precondition. It's not on a structural boundary. The map which Dr. Connor showed us yesterday confirmed a geological boundary between two Greywacke deposits that had been laid many millions of years ago horizontally. But as a result of deformation, these deposits now, rather than being on a horizontal plane or on a vertical plane, and the top and the bottom of this Greywacke unit is mapped like a tram line. This tram line doesn't mean it's a zone of weakness. It's literally just a transition between one Greywacke to another Greywacke. And so it's not, it doesn't follow that it's a preferential pathway for groundwater movement from south to north, as was perhaps suggested yesterday.
Thank you. So in summary, nothing that you'd heard on, well, but maybe put it more generally. Is there anything that you heard yesterday from Dr. Connor that has caused you to change any of the views you have on risk to any of the private water supplies described?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Robb at this time.
Okay. Looking at time. So in your hands, Mr. Robb, would you prefer to have a break now before you start the re-examination, or will we keep going for another half hour or so?
I can keep going.
Okay, Mr. Okay, thank you. Mr. Campbell, are you okay to start your cross-examination, or would you prefer a break beforehand?
No, I don't need a break, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Rob. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Thank you. Thinking first of all about the documentation which SLR has produced for the applicants in this case. Are you the author of Chapter 10 and Technical Appendix 10.3?
I am. Sorry, I am, yes.
Yes. Is that you yourself, or are you as head of a team?
As a part of a team.
How big is that? How big is that team?
A team of 3
Thank you.
prepared this assessment.
In addition, are you the author of the statement of case, the inquiry report, and the precognition?
I am.
Thank you. In the inquiry report and precognition, and indeed in Chapter 10, you say something about your involvement in design proposals. That's, I assume, design proposals for the layout of the wind farm.
Correct.
What was your involvement?
My involvement is on a number of different levels or different interventions. I provide locations of sensitive parts of the water environment to the design team. I suggest buffers that should be applied. So that might, for example, I would provide GIS shape files of watercourses and buffers to those. I would provide areas of groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystem habitat, GWDTE habitat as required by SEPA's LUPG guidance.
It doesn't trip off the tongue, does it? But I think we know what you mean.
No, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
And I provide the buffers to those habitats, and if the buffers need to apply or not based on our risk assessment. I also provide details of private water supply sources and where we need to provide standoffs to those. I then get involved in the design process with the engineering team and the geologists and others, where the design is discussed and the constraints from the various different disciplines are discussed. And then I'm allowed to input to the design where I think measures are required or not required as part of the design process.
And so this design input, if I may put it that way, is both generic and specific to the site.
Correct.
Thank you. In your inquiry report 1.3, you talk about visiting the site, and I quote, prior to completing the assessment and as part of the baseline studies. What I'm keen to find out is whether you visited the site before the design process took off, or did you visit the site only once the design was evolved, if not frozen?
I visited the site twice, once at the project outset to get a feel or a general appreciation of the area. And then when the design was emerging, it's called a design chill, I went back to check certain elements of the chill before the freeze and the assessment was completed.
And can you tell us when the freeze took place? If you know.
I'm afraid I don't know.
Okay. Was it before you wrote Chapter 10 or after it?
We design freeze. We completed our assessment after the design freeze.
Okay.
Expand on that if you like, Mr. Campbell.
I'm sorry.
I can expand on that if you like, Mr. Campbell. We do a lot of the baseline assessment before as part of the chill process, so that we have a good appreciation of the site. So when we go back out again, we know exactly what we're looking for as part of the design freeze field work.
I think I can understand how that makes sense. Design really is about placing turbines on roads, isn't it? deciding where to put the turbines?
No, not only that. From my point of view, I'm very interested where water crossings might go. I'm very keen that they are placed in areas where it's easiest to build them and there's less potential to cause damage to the water environment. I'm also obviously keen to avoid impacts on private water supplies or areas of GWDTE or other sensitive hydrological receptors. So it's not just, from my point of view, it's not just about the location of turbines and designing the track or joining the dots between those turbines.
Perhaps it was a bad question. In the end, the wind farm design is about locating the turbines and any necessary infrastructure, having regard to on-site hazards or interests which may potentially be affected.
I would agree. We call it a constraints mapping process or constraints process where the design revolves around the constraints identified on site.
It is quite striking, at least to a layman, that if we look at the crosswater catchment, that it is within that catchment that the greatest concentration of turbines and borrow pits and water crossings and tracks are to be found. And to a layman, looking at the scale of map provided, it seems, at least to me, that you present yourself with great difficulty here, because it's, I don't say impossible, but extremely difficult to avoid water courses which crisscross up and down that particular catchment. Was that the most difficult part of the assessment as far as you're concerned?
No. I accept a lot of the infrastructure is within the crosswater catchment, but I would point out that a lot of the infrastructure that's proposed is already there. We've made best use of existing tracks, for example, and the borrow pits are there also.
For the use of a wind farm, do forestry tracks have to be widened?
Not necessarily. A lot of the access tracks that are being used for this application have been used for Arecleoch wind farm already, and so we know, and as stated in the planning application, are fit for purpose and don't need upgrade. There are some tracks that do need upgrade, and there are some new tracks, but the extent of those are very limited within as part of the application.
In general, I think the parameter that's aimed for is a 5-meter track. Is that right?
It can be, yes.
I think I see that somewhere in the environmental statement. And that's a track with drainage on both sides of it. Is that correct?
Certainly on one side, if it's crossing a slope, you don't need drainage on the downstream side, but you just need it on the upstream side.
That's fair enough.
Also, it's quite common to construct a track with a lateral fall on it, so it falls to one side rather to both sides, so it's not on a camber.
All right, I accept that, of course. And those drains, are they taken to a collection point, or are they simply allowed to used to allow the water to dissipate?
It's an approach called sustainable drainage systems, or SUDS, is the common approach, and that allows for the water to be collected and managed at source, if you like. So if you take a drain adjacent to a track, that drain will also contain check dams to slow the rate of runoff in the drain and allow sediment to drop out. And at frequent intervals, that drain would then be allowed to discharge to ground and dissipate to ground, so the existing flow paths, surface water flow paths, are maintained. So long drains without check dams and without treatment would not form part of the wind farm drainage design. Or if it did, it would not be in accordance with best practice
And what preventive measure is used in such drains if there's a pollution event? Let's take let me exemplify the question. Suppose there's a serious diesel spill or an oil spill, which finds its way into these drains. Clearly, the check dams are going to attenuate the water to some extent, and no doubt the drain surface itself will absorb some of the pollution. But is there any other measure which is employed to, as it were, counteract any pollution event?
In my experience, in the event of a pollution event occurring, the first line of defence, if you like, is the spill kits which are maintained on the vehicles which are used on site, so contain at source. If some of that pollution makes its way to the trackside drain, you're right, attenuation will be provided in the drain. And if that is overwhelmed, because the drainage lengths are short, additional mitigation measures can be employed by the ECO as part of the intervention plan, such as placing booms or digging a temporary pit to collect pollution at the point of the discharge from that short length of drain. So these measures mean that the pollution generally does not travel far and is contained at source.
Thank you, that's helpful. If I can move on then. The inquiry report contains an appendix which lists at some length the wind farms with which you've been involved. I don't know how long you've been doing this work, but it is quite striking how many of them, or how few of them, have actually been built. Would I be wrong to suggest that a lot of your work has been theoretical because you haven't seen the results of your studies and your assessments actually realized on the ground? I make exceptions for, I think, the one in Skye, Edinburgh, and Stroopster in Caithness, and Clorigarth, which I think are all built, but I'm not able to see in relation to any other wind farm that your own assessments have been realized on the ground.
First of all, the reason that many of the wind farms haven't been constructed is it might be that they have not been consented on the basis of other issues like landscape or noise or transport. But I have had a lot of involvement of assessing and monitoring wind farms during construction and during operation. For example, I managed and also undertook some of the sampling at the adjacent Arecleoch wind farm during construction, where we had a 3-year contract with Scottish Power for doing the baseline monitoring and then the compliance monitoring in consultation with the site ECO during the construction phase of Arecleoch. We also filled that role at Assal Valley Wind Farm, not so far away near Girvan. So we do have experience of operational monitoring nearby and in this part of Scotland.
Thank you. You anticipate the next question. There's a distinction to be made between forecasting and predicting, which is what you're doing in this case, and actually monitoring on the ground. And of course, I respect what you say about Arecleoch and Assal Valley, but they're different jobs, aren't they?
Yeah.
You didn't design, as I understand it, you didn't design the system for Arecleoch.
Not for Arecleoch, but we did at Assal Valley.
Thank you, that's a help. Thank you. Am I right to understand that in relation to watercourse crossings, there are some 24 required, 2 of which are new?
That's correct.
That's unusually large numbers. Sorry, there's a bit of feedback on on the call, sir, ma'am. I don't know if somebody could switch their microphone off. It stopped.
I think everybody's off now, apart from you. It's possibly whenever Mr. Rob and yourself both have your microphones on.
I'll try and ask the question again. It seems a very large number, an onerous burden on the applicant to have to deal with so many watercourse crossings. Is that right?
No, I don't agree. I don't think 24 is a particularly high number. And as you point out, only 2 new ones are required. And the majority of the crossings have been used previously during wind farm construction.
Okay. We're talking bridges, or are we talking culverts and with bottoming laid on top, with windstone laid on top, crushed aggregate?
We provide a schedule of every watercourse crossing in as part of our EA chapter. It's one of the technical appendices where we take photographs of each watercourse crossing. This is a requirement of SEPA, and that's why we present that. The majority are circular culverts, but there will be occasional other bridging solutions.
Now, can I turn to another matter? In the documentation which we rehearsed earlier on, there is frequent reference by you to the application of industry standards, or normal industry standards, or accepted industry standards. But I cannot find anywhere in the documentation anywhere that you set out what industry standards are, other than by reference, of course, to legislation. Can you help me at all with that?
I can try, certainly. The regulations that we refer to, in which we seek to address in our application or in our assessment, is listed in Technical Appendix 4.1 of the EIA.
Yes.
I think that's core document 1.4, I believe. And section 6 of that then details the legislation, the policy, and the guidance which we have applied. I see that Mr. Campbell's gone missing from the screen here. I don't know if you can hear me, Mr. Campbell.
We just wait a minute to see if we can.
In the meantime, Mr. Rob, can you give me a reference number, a document reference there? I just didn't catch it. Apologies for the latest thing.
For the legislation and guidance.
I'm sorry, you'll need to go back a little way. I lost you there for about 30 seconds.
It's okay. Mr. Rob noticed you'd gone, so we paused. So you haven't missed anything.
I think it was you that went, not me, actually, because I could see myself. It may be a Berwickshire phenomenon. I'm sorry about that if it is. Let's just take a wee step back. I'm not really asking you about the content of legislation, because we can all read that for ourselves. But you do make frequent reference to the use of industry standards. And what I'm trying to get to is what you mean by that. Aside, of course, from your experience, which I recognize, but that's not quite the same thing.
Okay. I listed the guidance which we use, the legislation, guidance and policy in Technical Appendix 4.1, which is, and I state that in paragraph 14 of the water chapter. And that's core document 1.4 is where Technical Appendix 4.1 can be found.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we complete our assessments, what we're trying to do is provide, well, there's 2 purposes, I suppose. One, we're completing the assessment so that we're satisfied there's no significant effects, but we're also providing information required by the statutory consultees to allow them to reach what we hope will be the same conclusion using the information that we present. So when I refer to best practice and guidance, I'm referring to best practice and guidance published by statutory consultees, in which we've applied during the design process or incorporated in the design to help them assess the application.
Yes, I'm not sure that quite hits the spot. You're talking there about the application of other people's requirements, consultee standards, legislation, but you yourself in your evidence talk about industry standards. And I wonder really if that means something different, or whether you're actually talking about the same thing. You're talking about rules, external rules, which are imposed upon you either by consultees or by legislation.
I think you're right to say the latter. It's external rules or best practice or policy given by SEPA or other parties, which we then applied. Obviously, there is an element of my experience and understanding the hydrological setting of the site, which then allows me to apply that guidance.
Yeah. And as far as devising methodologies are concerned, are they prescribed as well, or do they come from your own experience and your team's experience, such as one might find, for example, in landscape and visual assessment or noise assessment? A methodology which is really devised by the assessor to give what is, in his opinion, the best outcome, the clearest outcome.
The structure of our assessment is governed by the EIA regulations and making sure we get to can talk about significance of effects at the end of the chapter and residual effects as required by those regulations. The structure within the chapter is governed by our experience, a review of work done by peers, and how our assessments have been received previously. Because you can imagine we have a lot of information to present, and what we want to do is present that in a format that's accessible to people.
Sir, yes, of course.
Thank you. Yes, we just had a similar question to you about reference to industry standards or best practice, and we were going to ask about this. So can I just pick up on the point, Mr. Rob? You took us there to section 6 of the technical appendix 4.1, and that starts off with legislation, then policy, and then under 6.3 it's guidance, and so we see C532, C48, 648, so forth. Guidance notes from SEPA, good practice guides. It goes over the page, further material from SNH, from Syria, and so on. By analogy, when we're dealing with evidence in relation to noise, we might have the ETSU document and good practice guide that goes along with it. If it's landscape assessment, we might have the GLVIA Volume 3. I'm used to seeing the same kinds of documents put before me as the kind of standard approach. So there's quite a lot there. I couldn't see anything as a document that there's the SEPA guidance note. I've seen that, but I didn't see anything as a document which says this is how you do a PWS risk assessment, or these are some technical standards, if you like, to work to. So questions, I suppose, twofold. Is there such a thing, and is it before us, or is it does that kind of guidance exist in all of these things? I'm not saying this is necessarily something that I felt we should have or shouldn't have. I just want to know, is that kind of basis for saying this is good practice? Have we got that documentation before us, or has it not been provided?
With regard to, take example, doing a private water supply risk assessment for an EIA, there is no specific guidance that I'm aware of which says that it should be applied at the application stage. There obviously is guidance, as we've rehearsed in previous days, which places a duty and gives a methodology for doing a private water supply risk assessment on the local authority. But in support of planning, the approach we've used is one which we've used on many sites to the satisfaction of SEPA and environmental health departments. And in fact, it's been used by our peers or competitors on other sites.
Okay, that's fine. And I mean, I can look again at the documentation that we've got, but under those, and this might be something that Mr. MacLeod might want to take you back to anyway, but it's just for clarification. Under that guidance section, are there other documents that have been produced for us that we should have a look at in terms of getting helping our understanding of what good practice means or best in standard practice means? I just don't recognise a lot of them.
The wind farm good practice guidance is probably one of the key guidance documentations, because that's been prepared with input from statutory consultees, including SEPA, Nature Scotland, and 3 or 4 other interested parties which have, interest with regard to all aspects of wind farm construction. And it certainly contains sections on water management and protection of the water environment.
So is that the one over the page then, the 4th bullet down, which says good practice during wind farm construction version 3? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
And have we got that? Apologies if we have.
I haven't submitted it as part of my evidence.
Okay, that's fine at this point. Thank you.
I can check and see whether it has been provided as part of the wider inquiry. If it hasn't, and it's something that that you, Sir Arman, would find helpful, I can't see any difficulty in lodging it, although obviously other parties may wish to comment on it insofar as it's relevant to the evidence that you've heard.
For what it's worth, ma'am, I think we would welcome that if it's not been lodged already. I can't see it in the list, but I'm grateful to my own friend, Mr. MacLeod, for offering to do that. I think it would be useful.
Okay, well, that's some that we can follow up after proceedings and allow other parties to comment on it. It sounds as if, given some of the discussions over the last few days, that it would be a useful document for us to have before us.
May I proceed, ma'am? Thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Rob, all right?
I can, yes. Yes.
Thanks very much. That leads us quite neatly into the next thing I want to ask you about. The application of the legislation and standards which are listed, and I have them now on my screen at subchapter 6 of is it Technical Appendix 4.1. In your response to Mr. Little, you made a distinction, I think, between the planning stage of a project and perhaps other stages, such as the construction phase or the operational phase. I'm sure you understand that at the planning phase, it's necessary for all those with an input or with a requirement for an input to have confidence in what you're saying and to read what you're saying and say, yes, that's acceptable in levels of detail and in the assurance that it gives. I'm sure you understand that that's necessary for the planning stage.
I do, I understand that, yes.
Yeah. Now, in achieving a standard of that kind and applying it, or what you've called industry standards, You've produced a private water supply risk assessment. You've produced also some very small scale maps. And I wonder if you think on reflection that the maps that have been produced showing the private water supplies and the water courses are adequate for the purpose.
I believe they are. We've provided detailed maps for the private water supplies, which we consider are potentially at risk. And it's clearly shown what infrastructure and what development lies within the catchments to those private water supplies. I'd also add in the private water supply risk assessment, I discussed the relationship of the proposed infrastructure to the private water supply sources.
Yes, I know you've discussed it, and I can see that right away. Really, my question is directed to mapping. Dr. Connor made the point yesterday that there was only one map provided of the private water supplies. And I haven't been able to find one with the turbines or the predicted turbine positions superimposed on it. I may have missed it, but I don't think there is such a map, is there?
In my inquiry report, I have a drawing which shows the catchment to private water supply 14, and that shows all the infrastructure. Also on figure 10.1, the EIA chapter, figure 10.1 shows local hydrology and all the infrastructure and the location of private water supplies.
Okay, not to labour it, but do you say that, in your opinion, this mapping is adequate for the purpose?
I do consider it is adequate, yes.
To allow a consultee to get a clear picture of what you are, of what you're proposing.
I believe it is.
Yeah, I do. South Ayrshire Council's map, CD 16.8, that's the larger scale map which was distributed. Do you accept that that is broadly an accurate picture? That's this one.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, do you accept South Ayrshire's map as portraying a broadly accurate picture of source water source areas and with the turbines superimposed and also the houses, the receptors? You've seen the map, I think.
Yeah, I have. Sorry, I'm just refreshing my memory and looking at it. I accept it shows is an accurate representation of the proposed development. And I don't think I take issue with the private water supply catchment area shown for surface waters. It's broadly similar to what I have shown. I would question the area that's demarked for predominantly groundwater or borehole supply areas.
Question in what way?
I think it's too broad and doesn't take account of the hydrology or the potential breaks and pathways which might occur. In essence, it's almost too broad.
You heard Miss Slobin tell us about the potentially catastrophic effects if private water supplies were damaged at homes where there was no prospect of a replacement public supply. That was on the first day. Did you hear that?
Yes. Yep. Yes.
I assume you would agree with that.
Yes, I would agree that impacts on private water supply should be avoided.
Well, that wasn't quite what I asked you. I think, if I may say so, that's rather obvious. But Ms. Lovin's point was wider than that, which is that where you have a receptor who has no prospect of a public supply, then any damage to his private supply is potentially catastrophic because he may render his house uninhabitable. it may render his house uninhabitable.
I'm not sure I can accept it would be catastrophic. It depends on the nature of the pollution that is experienced. If it's transient, for example, that might not be catastrophic, or if it can be remediated, it is not catastrophic.
Well, self-evidently, it depends on the nature of the pollution. I think, if I may say so, that's obvious too. Could I take you in your inquiry, sorry, in chapter 10, to page 10-7, paragraph 10.2.8. 10.2.8.
Yes,
Got that now? Thank you. Ma'am, do you have that? Thank you. And see that it's headed there, good practice measures. We've got feedback again. Good practice measures and mitigation. Yeah?
yes, yes.
And if I may just read it with you. Any potential effects of the proposed development on soils, geology, and the water environment identified by the assessment have been addressed and mitigated by the conceptual site design and the application of good practice guidance implemented as standard during construction and operation to prevent, reduce, or offset effects where possible. As such, a number of measures would form an integral part of the design construction process, and these have been taken into account prior to assessing the likely effects. Where appropriate, further tailored mitigation measures have been identified prior to determining the likely significance of residual effects. Now, Mr. Robb, I accept that's a general statement of good practice. But actually, at the planning stage, do you go any further than that? Do you not say to the planners or the consultees, you must rely on us to use good practice. You must rely on us to comply with legislation. You must rely on us to be careful, if I put it in layman's language, at every stage. And if you rely on us, then it'll be fine. You don't really go further, do you? Except in the case of Bar Hill Railway Station.
Forgive me, I'm not sure I understand the thrust of the question. What we do is we list a bit further in the chapter the best practice that needs to be deployed at site, and then we state that best practice should be translated to the construction environmental management plan, which we suggest forms a planning condition to the consent.
Okay, thank you. That takes me to the next question, which is the second part of 10.2.8, which is a reliance on the construction and environmental management plan. And the draft which is produced by the applicant is a generic draft, is it not? It's entirely unspecific to this project at this stage.
I believe that's correct.
Thank you. So that the planner looking at this will say to herself or himself, well, we have Mr. Robb's assurance and he's an experienced man, so that has some weight. But as to what will happen in the case of each PWS receptor, we're really none the wiser until we see what is to be in the construction environment management plan, what is to be actually done on site. At the planning stage, Mr. Robb, we're none the wiser, are we?
I would disagree, because my assessment considers the risk to private water supplies, and with the safeguards which we present in the chapter, I then assess that the significance of effect at these private water supplies is not significant.
Yeah, but those safeguards, sorry, I interrupted you, I beg your pardon.
I was just going to say, which I believe is sufficient to inform the planning process.
Yeah. But those safeguards are essentially a reliance upon good practice, are they not? In essence.
They are, yes.
Thank you. In the case of 4 premises, which are identified by yourself and Ms. Lobban in your respective inquiry reports, specific measures are identified and recommended by yourself. That's correct, isn't it?
I think only with respect to Armine and Burnside did we specify anything specific with regard to refueling and traffic management, but didn't specify anything with respect to the other identified private water supplies.
Can we therefore have confidence, or what level of confidence can we therefore have in the event of pollution events?
I think you can have a high degree of confidence. It's proposed that it would be a ecological clerk of works, which in effect is a policeman that enforces the required best practice on site. And ECA has permission to stop works if required or intervene if he believes a pollution risk might be occurring.
So the successful promotion of best practice is, once again, post-planning, post-consent, but in the hands of an official, if you like to call it him or her that, an official on the site as construction works proceed.
Partly, I would say. As we discussed yesterday, the site would need to have...
I didn't hear your answer, I'm sorry.
Partly, but I would also say that SEPA, the Scottish Environment Protection Agency, have a remit to safeguard the water environment as well, because the site would benefit from a construction site license, which is regulated by SEPA. And South Ayrshire Council also have obligations with regard to protection of private water supplies. So it's not wholly on the applicant or the applicant's anyone appointed by the applicant.
Let me turn to something else. You say, I think at...
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, would now or in the next 5 minutes be a good point to take a break? I'm just saying it's now 11:15.
Yes, now it's fine, ma'am. If you want to take a break, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that would, Mr. Robb has been answering questions for quite a wee while. If we just take 10 minutes and come back at 11:25, and when Mr. Campbell. Yes, Mr. McLeod?
And just to say, ma'am, I'm conscious of the fact that Mr. Robb's in the same room as me, remote from all the rest of you, and I'll just give an undertaking to all parties to the inquiry that we'll not discuss any of his evidence while we're on the break.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, see you at 11:25. Thank you.
We've got Mr. Rob Ewan.
Just wait a minute for Dr. Connor to return. I think that's us all back. Back to you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm much obliged.
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, just one point before you get going again. I've checked during the break and the good practice guidance on wind farm construction hasn't been lodged. So I'm happy to arrange for that to be produced. And as I said, you know, if parties want to say anything on that in the light of the private water supply evidence that we've had, I wouldn't have any great difficulty with that.
Okay, thanks for that. David and I will have a chat at lunchtime and we'll just confirm the arrangements for lodging that and for comments, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod, and perhaps we could do that in writing if necessary, ma'am. Anyway, no doubt you'll do so. Let's just move, Mr. Rob, if we can, to try and speed up a wee bit into technical appendix 10.3. Of which you and your team are the authors. We can see from the opening sub-chapter 1.1, the scope, what you say the scope of the assessment is. A certain number of questions about the length of time spent on the site, but is it correct that 3 days were spent reviewing all the private water supplies and the GWDTEs and the need for watercourse crossings?
3 days we're on site. It equates to 5 man days. We work generally as a team of 2. So there's 2 people on site generally.
Working together though, or working separately?
No, we work separately.
Work separately. Right. So that figure is correct. That 3 day figure is correct. Do you think that's sufficient? Seems very little to me.
I think 5 man days is sufficient.
Okay. Now, in the document, which we're asked to read alongside chapter 10, we can see at part 2 some detail of each of the private water supplies that were examined, numbered sequentially down the left-hand column. 4 of those have references to part 3. Can I just ask you a couple of questions about this section before we move to part 3? In those that are not in part 3, in almost every case, you say it is considered that there is no hydraulic pathway or there is no pathway to the PWS from the proposed development. Now, it is considered that is clearly an expression of opinion. On what basis is that opinion reached? How do we understand you got to that conclusion?
It's based on 2 factors. It's based on our knowledge of the site from the published information sources and from our site work and site inspections that we've done, but also on my practical experience of assessing private water supplies. That's how we come to the conclusion.
Is it just as simple as this, that if the private water supply receptor is not down gradient from the development or any part of the development, that the assumption is made that there is no pathway?
Unless we were able to find evidence to the contrary, then that's correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, clearly, surface water behaves in one way, below the surface, but groundwater behaves in another. And the prediction of groundwater behavior depends on a detailed knowledge of the geology. That's right, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
and you're, aside from your experience and looking at the topography, or geological data in this case comes from the BJS. I think Hutton, is that right?
We use BGS, it's an authoritative source, but
Yeah.
that's been augmented also by our observations, especially looking at the borrow pits and the railway cutting on site, which afford great geological exposures to review.
But not any geotechnical exploration. No drilling, in other words.
No. No.
Will that come later? Geotechnical
It will be.
exploration. Sorry, interrupted you.
It's common practice prior to any construction that boreholes do get drilled at site to confirm ground conditions, especially where excavation is proposed. There are examples of those from Dr. Connor's evidence where shallow boreholes were drilled to inform the foundations for the bridge over the railway line and also at one of the borrow pits.
Okay, thank you. Again, this may be just a longest point, but sometimes you say it is considered this PWS is not in hydraulic connection, and sometimes you say it is assessed that there is no hydraulic connection. Different verbs. I'm sorry for being pedantic, but do they mean the same thing?
Yes, they do.
Look at part 3 then, if you would, of the document. And here there are references to Arnameen, Burnside, Laggish Farm, and the train station and Ferngate Cottage. And these are, I think I'm right in understanding, the 4 properties that you've identified as being potentially at risk. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, correct.
And is that, once again, because of their topographical relationship to an aspect of the development? Let's say down gradient.
It is, yes, it is, yeah.
Excavation. If we look at Arnameen, that's at an entry to the site, I think. Is it to consider the volume of traffic that that entrance may take in the course of construction?
It is relevant, yes.
In what way is it relevant?
The more vehicle movements you have, the greater the risk.
And I'm sorry if this is Janet and John stuff to you, but why is that? Surely if the road is constructed properly, it wouldn't matter.
It comes down to potential for hazard to be realised. So the more vehicles which pass on the road, the greater the potential for, say, an oil leak.
What about the actual passage of heavy vehicles and damage to the road surface? Is that something that can potentially take on or amount to a risk for a watercourse?
It is. If the road was to break up or degrade in any way, then that would generate suspended solids. But I would say that the existing tracks at site have been assessed by engineers, and that's why we know most of the water crossings don't need upgrades. And we know the road is fit for purpose. Indeed, it was used for delivery of turbines historically to Arecleoch and Arecleoch. So I don't expect the track to degrade.
Reliance is placed in chapter 3, in this section 3.1, the penultimate paragraph, on the good practice and mitigation measures detailed within chapter 10 and the CEMP. And those are the measures we looked at a few minutes ago, I think. Correct?
Correct, yes.
I don't have any questions, I don't think, about Burnside. You say what you say. We're aware, are we, that Burnside is both a house and a holiday cottage. So it's a business.
Yes, that information was provided to us when on the questionnaire they returned.
And this is a premises which doesn't have the option to connect to mains water, I think. Like Arnamine as well. They don't have the option to connect to mains water.
There are no Scottish water infrastructure nearby.
So far as Laggish is concerned, Laggish Farm is concerned, the source of water for the well, you say, is unconfirmed. As a trend of low water levels in summer has been reported by the residents, while the nearby watercourses are significant and unlikely to dry out, it has been assumed that the source of the well is groundwater. There's a kilometre down gradient from the closest point. Is the closest point a track there, or is it a turbine?
It is a track.
A new track?
There's a small part of new track, I think 200, from recollection, 270 meters of new track. But the majority is existing track.
Right.
Not new track, upgrade to existing track for 270 meters.
Upgrade to existing track.
Yeah.
And that presumably involves taking a blade to the existing track and then relaying surfacing material on the existing track width.
Yeah, it'll involve limited earthworks to increase the width of the track.
By limited earthworks, you mean supplementing the width of the track. Take away a drain, if there's only one drain working on the other side, so as to make it wide enough for the heavy traffic.
Correct.
And once again, we see blocks, don't we, on chapter 10 in the last line. Now, as far as the railway station is concerned, BWS 14, this is in a slightly different category, isn't it? You say there the abstraction point on the crosswater is the receptor. The pathway is surface water in the crosswater and its tributaries. So what do we have? We have the flow of surface water, do we, making up the source for the supply to the railway station and Ferngate.
Yes.
In addition to Cairnlea and Ward of Cairnlea. Although I think
Just Cairnlea. Ward of Cairnlea has a different water source.
I thought it was a different supply, but the same source.
No, it's a different source.
What is the source there?
There's a spring beside the minor road by the railway station.
So just describe for me, please, the risk here to Bar Hill train station and Ferngate Cottage.
The catchment area, which drains to the abstraction point for the railway station on the crosswater, extends up into the proposed turbine area. So there are limited lengths of new tracks, turbines, and as Dr. Connor mentioned yesterday, there's borrow pits and a substation within the catchment area which drain to that abstraction.
And at the station, there's obviously public use, employee use, welfare facilities, and the train stopping and starting, of course, letting people on and off. So is it in 24-hour use? Do we know that?
I don't know. I don't know.
One of the things that comes out of TA 10 technical appendix 10.3 is nowhere are there references to quantities of use by any of these private water supplies. Can you say why that is?
Yeah, I can. To complete our assessment, that information is not critical. We know that all the abstractions are less than 10 meters cube a day. Otherwise, they would be registered with SEPA. So we know they're all small. And so to complete my assessment, I don't need to record quantity data.
Right, I understand your position. Having produced the material that you have for this inquiry and making the assumption that consent is granted, what more is expected of you as the advisor, if you like, on hydrology matters? What would be the next thing you'd be asked to do?
Obviously, it's down to it depends whether I was appointed to do further work or not, but someone like me or someone like me would be involved in developing, for example, the drainage plan for the site, the monitoring plan for the site, the intervention or emergency plan for the site. And as part of that work, we would be liaising with South Ayrshire Council to get those agreed and making sure that they have the relevant level of information that's required to regulate the site and safeguard the water environment.
I'm not sure that South Ayrshire Council have responsibilities in that regard, do they, on a construction site?
I think they have responsibilities to safeguard private water supplies, and they would be interested in those, in the submissions to safeguard private water supplies.
The construction site, does that responsibility pass to the constructor, the applicant, or does it remain with the council? Or do you not know?
Will be with the developer, but they'll be regulated by SEPA under the terms of the construction site license that would be required before any works commence.
Yeah. Okay, I'm grateful to you, Mr. Robb. Thank you. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. The next step would be questions from Dr. Connor. Dr. Connor, are you ready to start right away? You're still on mute at the minute, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, ma'am, no, I'm not ready just yet because there are obviously things that come up in Mr. Campbell's examination, which I need to just go over my notes. If I could have 15 minutes, that would be very helpful.
Okay, do we want to take an early lunch break then? I'm just conscious of time to start, or maybe we take
That would be,
maybe we take 50 minutes and then take a late lunch. How would that be? Okay, so if we come back at
yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say an early lunch might let us get away early this afternoon.
How does everybody else feel if we break for half an hour? Is that enough time? Half an hour, 40 minutes? How long do people want for lunch break?
40 minutes is usually plenty, ma'am. Unless
Okay.
you're in Shepherd and Wedderburn, which your restaurants are good.
Okay, well let's take
dining habit. I think I suspect an early lunch just now, and I thought, could we maybe say 45 minutes just to be safe, and that then gives Dr. Connor an adequate opportunity to really have a good think about what she needs to ask as well.
Okay, so that would be starting back at 12:30. Okay. Is that okay, Dr. Connor?
Thank you very much. Very much.
See you at 12:30. think that's everyone back. You have Mr. Rob with you, Mr. McLeod? Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back.
Good afternoon.
So the next part of today's inquiry is for Dr. Connor to ask questions of Mr. Rob. So we'll just hand over to you, Dr. Connor.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Excuse me. Most of the questions I'm going to ask are to provide clarification, really. Some of the things that were said this morning. If I could ask Mr. Rob to start off with, what were your instructions from Scottish Power Renewable in regard to providing this private water supply risk assessment?
The company I work for, SLR Consulting, was commissioned to prepare an EIA for a planning application for the wind farm.
Is that it? What were your instructions from SLR?
Well, being the hydrology lead, I don't take instructions on how to do the private, how to complete our assessment.
So
managing the process.
Sorry.
I'm managing the process of preparing the chapter.
And you authored the private water supply risk assessment?
I did.
Right. So we had some questions this morning on methodology, and I just want to be clear that essentially, you know, the way you did the private water supply risk assessment was in your own judgment, the way you would normally do it.
That, and also informed by the scoping responses we had at the beginning of the process that requested the source pathway receptor be used.
Could you refer me specifically to where it says that that source pathway receptor is specifically required? Because I couldn't find that referenced, and it was quite difficult to find the scoping report from South Ayrshire Council. It seemed to be in bits, but I could not find anywhere where it specifically said that. So I'd be very grateful if you could reference that.
Okay, if you give me a minute, please. Dr. Connor, I'm not sure I'm able to find that reference just now. I'll have to come back to the inquiry with that.
No, that's fine. If you, oh no, if you could perhaps, I don't know if it's possible to provide that later, that would be much appreciated. It has been one of my difficulties with going through the various documents because it's referenced quite often.
Yeah.
You're the only geology, geohydrology expert for this inquiry. I think that's correct, isn't it?
For the inquiry, yes, but my colleague, Colin Duncan, is taking part in the hearing sessions on peat and geology.
Yes, okay, but you are responsible for the geohydrology, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
There are questions earlier in my evidence yesterday. Some of it I wasn't very clear on. But one thing that would be useful to know is, could you explain what a podsol is, please?
A podsol is a soil, quite common in west of Scotland. It's generally found in waterlogged conditions, and all the nutrients have been taken from it, and it's a fairly inert soil based, quite rich in quartzite.
What are its drainage properties?
It will be relatively free draining, but only allow the discharge of water.
The sound is breaking up, so
I think, Connor, if you switch your microphone off when Mr. Rob goes to speak, that improves it. We can't see you now.
should I turn my video off?
No, I think the first thing what worked with Mr. Campbell was when it's having two microphones on at the same time. So when Mr. Rob goes to answer your question, if you switch your microphone off, I think that should.
Right. Okay, might be difficult because I'm switching between different things. I'll try that. I'm sorry, you were explaining that a podsol is free draining, I think. So in your chapter 10, volume 2, CD 1.2, which is the main geology, geohydrology paragraph, in paragraph 10.3.3.1, paragraph 62, that's where it talks about podsols, and it describes a podsol as being present just below water crossing 0,1. And that may have significance because water crossing 0,1 is really at the confluence of the tributaries of the crosswater. But that hasn't been mapped. Could you explain whether you think that is any significance? Oh, hang on a minute, I'll turn this off.
Sorry, did you say it hasn't been mapped?
Well, I couldn't see that it has been mapped. It's a different area of superficial geology, which is, as you've said, free draining. And I can't see that it's been mapped.
It is shown on the soils mapping figure 10.2.
And can you tell me, was that taken into consideration along with all the other elements of construction, excavation, and so on in that water catchment area?
It was, yes.
And do you think that changed the risk at all to the crosswater?
It was considered, and I don't consider it to change the risk. The reason being it's surrounded by lower permeability soils, and so if water cannot get into the pod soil, it cannot transmit a lot of water. I'd also notice next to an existing track where a track has already been constructed.
I'm a bit slow on the mute and unmute. Could you tell me, or could you perhaps go to the map, and if there are any access roads in that water catchment area which will not be upgraded or completely new access tracks? Mr. Campbell alluded to that this morning, but it wasn't entirely clear. It seemed to me, looking at your inquiry report map, which is CD 1515. I'll get the page up, hang on. I think it's page 37, which is a better map. It shows a bit more detail. If you could explain to me whether there are any access tracks that are not going to be altered in that water catchment area?
Sorry, we're talking about the cross-water catchment as shown on figure GR-IR4.
Sorry, yes, it's a bit clunky, I apologise.
Sorry, just to check, I should be you'd like me to look at figure GR-IR5, not 4.
Yeah, I think it's GRIR5. It's the PWS 14 detailed maps,
Yeah.
I think, is where we're at.
So there is infrastructure proposed, and it's a mixture of upgraded tracks and new tracks, turbines, and associated wind farm infrastructure.
I'm struggling a bit with this. There are no, all the new tracks and the upgraded tracks and the new water crossing at WX01, I think, is that in the area of this free draining soil? I'm afraid I haven't got that one up before me as well. It just stressed my laptop out too much, I think. It's obviously important because most of these excavations, particularly for borrow pits and turbine bases, will remove the overlying peat and any soil that there is.
You're correct that watercourse crossing 1 is an area of podzol.
Sorry, thank you. I'll move on. We discussed quite a lot this morning about industry standards, and I appreciate that we're going to have another document submitted to us. What do you think that the Snedden Law wind farm risk assessment was industry standard?
Obviously, I haven't been involved with that project, so but for what it was required to do to discharge a condition, I suspect it was industry standard.
Thank you. Of course, we have things change now, and you can't provide new environmental information for planning conditions. So things have moved on a little with the change in the regulations. You have said a few times in your various documents and concluded in your environmental report in paragraph 8.1 that there will be no significant effects on groundwater, surface water, or private water supplies. In particular, for private water supplies, what do you mean, or what do you understand by significant?
Change in yield, so quantity of water that could be abstracted, or a detrimental effect in quality. I should say on yield, I mean a reduction in yield, so an ability to abstract less than perhaps you could at baseline prior to development.
Okay, and what is the baseline for development, before development? How much demand do the people have who rely on these private water supplies?
The baseline is the existing situation, so it's the amount of water which they extract at the moment.
How will you measure if they've had a reduction?
Because, well, we know the abstractions are small because SEPA have no details of registrations or licenses, so we know their abstractions are small. There is a proposed program of baseline monitoring, of which I would expect that agreed monitoring programme would include details about collecting volume of water abstracted or having that provided by the residents.
So you would do that after the event?
No, it's prior to construction.
How long would you be doing that monitoring for?
Well, the period would be agreed with South Ayrshire Council and SEPA.
What are SEPA's recommendations for groundwater dependent ecosystems?
They should be protected.
No, in terms of monitoring the volume of water beforehand, before development.
On groundwater dependent habitats.
For those that are determined to be at risk from a development such as a wind farm, do you know what SEPA's guidance is in relation to the period of time in which water volumes supplying that area should be assessed?
Without referring to the guidance and double checking, I can't tell you, but I would say it should allow for some seasonality, so dry periods and wet periods.
That's my understanding as well. So for habitats, it recommends 12 months. Would that be something that, I know we're going to go into monitoring later, but is that something you would then do for private water supplies?
I don't think it necessarily has to be for 12 months, but I'd say it would be agreed with SEPA and the council, but the critical periods are summer and winter, the wet period and the dry period.
Thank you. The SEPA CAR guidelines, which you're obviously referring to in terms of water registration of small water abstractions, as I understand it, I don't have those documents before me, but as I understand it, they were brought in 2005. As you've said, there is no water abstraction to be registered or licensed with SEPA. Does that apply to surface water and groundwater abstractions?
It does.
And does it apply to abstractions prior to 2005? In other words, were the regulations retrospective? Because obviously, you know, a lot of these abstractions are very old.
We'd have to refer to the regulations to check that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about groundwater vulnerability. Could you explain what that means?
It is potential for groundwater quality to be impacted by generally land use.
Such as a wind farm?
I was thinking potentially a wind farm, potentially agriculture, potentially forestry, any sort of development.
What's the risk of vulnerability at this site?
It is it's reported in, I know it's high, but it's just how high. Let me just check. It's class 4 and class 5.
So 5 being the highest.
Correct.
And where is the most vulnerable area in the site?
Just bear with me. The most vulnerable areas are small, discrete pockets throughout the site. There are no class 5 areas within the site I can see on the mapping.
Can I just ask, Mr. Rob, where are you, what document are you referring to with that information? It would be useful for us to have a look at.
Figure 10.6 of Chapter 10 of the EIR.
Could I perhaps ask you to turn then to volume 10, chapter 10, that's CD 1.2, and page 10. Okay. And if you go to 10.3.4.1, which is paragraph 71.
Okay.
Okay, so that says groundwater in the east of the site at the bridge of River Cree and where the access track crosses Corwa Burn is higher, class 5, due to the absence of superficial deposits. We've heard a lot about Arnamine and the fact that the main access road will be there, the fact that it's a porous road. And we heard on Tuesday from Miss Lobban about how basically when there's a downpour, flooding drains away very rapidly. That might be an indication of the rapid drainage in that site. Do you think that the fact that it's the highest possible rating of vulnerability, rating 5, by the British Geological Survey at that site, would have any impact on in terms of risk for the road and the water supply?
I think it's difficult to make any connection between the water level rise and connection to water flow in groundwater. There is obviously a significant river there, and whether the water level rise that Ms. Lobban referred to is related to the rise in water level in response to rainfall in the river, I don't know.
I think it's a misunderstanding there. What she was describing was around the well for Arnamine, that area around it, and that is also what, in fact, the proprietors told me as well, was that it tends to get sort of surface water collection in the area around the actual well head, and then it drains away fairly rapidly. But obviously, that's a very superficial groundwater supply. This road is going to be on what is classified as the highest vulnerability. And I just wondered what your thoughts were about that, including that in the risk assessment.
I agree that the groundwater well, which serves Armine, is in a wet area. You can see by the number of weeds that have grown around and about that there's a high water table there. I mean, it's shallow. I would say the track has been built above ground level, is compacted, and in fact it's been blinded by the trafficking. So while not impermeable, has a low permeability. I would also note that the track has a fairly steep gradient which falls down towards the river. And anything that's any pollution generated on the track, and not necessarily all of it, would find its way to the well. There are also a couple of drains between the track and the well, which truncates surface pathways.
Could you confirm to me whether there is a significant part of the access track within the water catchment for Arnamine?
I have shown that the catchment does extend over the access track, yes.
And is that up gradient of the well?
It is.
So there is the potential then for water to run from uphill to downhill.
It is, but the greater fall is down the track and not towards the well, is the point I was trying to make.
So that it would basically run into the river.
It runs down towards the river, yes. It runs to the ditch beside the road. It then takes it down towards the river.
but ultimately will drain into the river.
After treatment, yes.
And what kind of treatment did you have in mind?
Well, there's check dams there already. There's an existing strategic haul route for the forestry. And so there are, the ditches collects the water and takes it down. That area of the site obviously would be inspected by any ECAO at any point of instruction. So.
Okay. We heard also that there was to be no roadworks in that area. Is that right?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Where did you intend to site the wheel wash?
The location of the wheel wash should be agreed with SEPA as part of the construction site license.
I presume that's going to be very close to the main road.
I would think so, yes.
And you've seen the photograph of Arnhem in relation to the main road?
Yes.
That's fine, thank you. I just want to talk a little bit about borrow pits, because there was a bit of talk this morning and yesterday, in fact, about borrow pits. And I notice in your expertise that you are an expert on leachate. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about what you understand by leachate.
My understanding of leachate is it's a chemical addition to water that might come from the leaching of minerals from rock in the context of a borrow pit.
Is that it?
It is.
Right. Well, I have to say I looked this up in the Cambridge Dictionary and also dictionaries, and it's fairly similar for both. I'm just going to read you the one from the Cambridge English Dictionary. It's very similar to the legal one, which is a liquid produced by precipitation coming into contact with waste and infiltrating through landfills, seeps through the sides and bottom of the landfill. Much the same in the legal one. There seems to be more of an emphasis on leachate being basically a runoff, as you say, chemicals from landfill waste or from other toxic material into the water table. Do you think that's a reasonable description?
I think it's reasonable in the fact that it talks about interaction with water and the change in water quality as a result of passing through the rock. It's different to pollution that might be caused from oil or suspended solids.
How's that different?
Leachate, I would say, is geogenic and not anthropogenic. So geogenic being water that's produced from passage through rock, anthropogenic, potential pollution generated by, want of a better word, human activity or introduction of materials.
I'm just wondering if the council, when they required you to address the problem of leachate from borrow pits, had in mind the same definition that you do. It just occurred to me that perhaps their concerns were a little different, not intrinsic weathering of rock, which is obviously there all the time, but in fact the activities that were happening in the borrow pits, such as blasting, that kind of thing. Do you think there could have been a misunderstanding there?
Well, don't answer that, Mr. Robb. The council has had an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Robb already. If the council had concerns that Mr. Robb had a misunderstanding of what they'd asked for, presumably Mr. Campbell would have asked that question of him.
Okay, that's fine. Perhaps I'll rephrase that then. What kind of equipment do you intend, excuse me, to put in your borrow pits?
There'll be excavators and crushing machines, mobile crushing plant.
And will there be blasting in all the borrow pits as well?
There may be blasting or there may not. It may be possible to rip the rock. If not, then blasting will be used.
Right. They're quite big bits of kit, aren't they, these rock crushers?
They are, but no bigger than an articulated lorry.
And where will they be being refueled?
They would be refueled in the borrow pit, with subject to safeguards.
But they won't be getting refueled on an impermeable surface.
I would imagine a mat would be placed. I would imagine a mat would be placed beneath them, so a temporary impermeable surface would be provided.
Right, that's fine. Obviously, you know, accidents happen. Going back to the leachate and perhaps the more accepted definition of it, according to legal and other dictionaries, what do you think would happen if there was an oil spill or other chemicals in a borrow pit?
I must say I don't agree with the definition of, in terms of hydrology, leachate is from rock or from waste in a landfill. But if a spill happened in a borrow pit, which I think was the second part of your question, then refueling is recognised as a high-risk activity and doesn't get undertaken without any controls. I've mentioned the impermeable mat would be used. There'd also be spill kits. So if that happened, say for a hose come off and a pollution event occur, it would be readily contained within the floor of the borrow pit.
I'm sorry, it would be contained in the floor of the borrow pit. It wouldn't get into the rock and wash through. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because it's a supervised activity. Because there are people there with equipment that could respond to an accident, it can be controlled at source.
Okay. Let's move on a little bit. I know that we have talked about drainage through the fractured rock in the borrow pits. Is that when you would do the blasting?
Yeah, I think that would be more likely, because the rock is more competent.
Okay. Now, none of the photographs of the borrow pits in the technical assessment 1.5 show anything more than small puddles. You've said that this is because they drain out through the side. In other words, there isn't a deep pit. I wonder if you could go to the technical assessment 1.5. It's actually the figures there. It's volume 3E. So it's, I don't know if you can find that, volume 3E, and it's 10.5.9. And that is the profiles of the borrow pits.
Please just bear with me. Could you give me the reference again, please?
Yeah, I think it's the technical assessment. It's I think it comes in 1.2, and then it's in the figures. It's volume 3E.
you don't happen to have a core document reference, do you, Dr. Connor?
It's 10.5.9. And I will try and find you off your list. It's in the main application documents to the inquiry. It is quite difficult to find, I have to say. There's two lots of figures that are listed. It's in one of them's the landscape and visual and so on, and the other one right at the bottom is figures volume 3E, and that's where you'll find that one. Does that help?
Is it the borrow pit assessment?
Well, the curious thing is it's labelled at the top as peat, but it isn't peat, it's borrow pit. So don't be misled by the fact it says peat, because it's not. It is actually borrow pit, but it's figure 10.5.9. And I'm sorry, it's obviously difficult to find. I mean, I can describe it if you like.
I have it in hard copy in front of me. I'm just wondering if anyone else has found it.
I'm being told that it's CD 1.3, volume 3E. And thank you to the person who's told me that.
Yeah, you kind of need a team, really.
Forgive me, did you say figure 10.5?
At 10.9 it's labelled as. And it's specifically document. I want to go to page 11, which is borrow pit 4. Great, thank you. Okay, what I want you to notice here is that, you know, I'm not an expert, but I think I can follow contour lines. It looks to be, to me, of 239 meters, and then rising up to about 240, nearly 250 meters at the rim. But it's very much a pit rather than a kind of open kind of horseshoe, if you like. And I know you've all had a really difficult time finding it, but in the actual TA 1.5, where there are photographs of borrow pits, you can see, if you want to go there, on page 18, you can see pictures of borrow pit 4, and there's no water at all. It goes back to, I think, what I was saying yesterday, but it is a bit concerning still. Borrow pit is within the surface water catchment area that we've talked about for private water supply 14 as well. I am a little concerned that, in fact, I should maybe ask, Mr. Rob, how much water do you feel?
How much rainfall is there in this area? Sorry, you broke up a little bit, Dr. Connor. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, how
Mr.
much is the
Campbell, could you
rainfall?
just 1 minute, Mr. Campbell, could you turn your microphone off? Thanks very much.
I reported the rainfall totals in the environmental assessment chapter, so I'll just refer to that. In paragraph 52 of the environmental assessment report, chapter 10, we report the average annual rainfall totals in the area. They're about 1.5 metres per year. Obviously, that's an average annual. Some years it will be less, some years it will be more.
Yes, I understood the 2017 figures were about 2 metres.
So there will be
Well, I
variance around
shouldn't
that.
lead it. Do you think that's high rainfall?
It is relatively high. It varies in Scotland from anything from, up to about 3 metres.
Regard that as high rainfall.
Yes.
You dewatering, is that correct?
That is correct.
Run out the side, and you explained the drainage earlier, which leachate along with it. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So where does the leachate go with 2 metres of rainfall?
When a borrow pit is constructed, a cut-off drain is constructed around the top of the borrow pit, around the rim. This intercepts any shallow groundwater flow in the weathered upper surface of the bedrock and diverts it around the quarry or the borrow pit and allows it to discharge on the downstream side of the borrow pit, thus maintaining the existing water flow paths. So only water that needs to be maintained within the borrow pit is incident rainfall, which falls directly onto the floor of the borrow pit.
Okay, I'm just thinking of this in simplistic terms here. If you had a swimming pool which was empty, but the size of a borrow pit and 2 metres of rainfall a year, you'd probably expect some water in it, wouldn't you?
You would if you didn't do it, if there was no intervention. It would pond on the base of the borrow pit.
But that doesn't happen here.
No, it doesn't. That's because the floor of the borrow pits have been finished with a grade or a fall to an open water ditch, so that they're free draining, so they do not fill up.
I see. Okay, even during construction.
Especially during construction, because generally during construction, the floor of the pit is angled such that water is collected within the pit, so it can then be pumped or treated and then pumped. So there's no free or uncontrolled discharge from the borrow pit.
Thank you. We'll move on a little bit. You spoke this morning about your role in monitoring at Kilgalleoch and Arecleoch wind farms, and how you were confident that there would be no effect on some of the water supplies here, such as private water supply 07, because you had been involved with monitoring previously. Could you give me a little more detail about what you actually monitored for those 2 wind farms, please?
Okay. I wasn't involved in the monitoring at Arecleoch, the original wind farm. My involvement has only been at Kilgalleoch with respect to construction monitoring. At Kilgalleoch,
Could I interrupt you? Sorry, just for a second. Did Kilgalleoch footprint overlap this area?
Yes, it shares the same access.
Up to where?
To the substation at Kilgalleoch Wind Farm. So a good proportion of the access track.
But not all of the access track.
No.
Okay, fine. Sorry, I interrupted you. I was asking you about what you actually monitored at Kilgalleoch.
Yeah. The common access does include Armine and does include Lochie, so some of the private water supplies we discussed this morning. And Burnside as well, which we discussed yesterday. So the monitoring that we conducted, we were employed to, baseline monitoring had been done by another consultancy, and after the baseline monitoring period had been completed, we were retained to do the construction phase monitoring during construction of the wind farm. So that included monitoring watercourses past the access track passes over, control watercourses, and one of those control watercourse is a watercourse that's not part of the development area. So if there's changes in parameters, you have a control point to go to. That control point was actually on our Arecleoch site, the site we're considering today.
That's over the hill, is that right?
It's over the hill is quite difficult for me to locate, but it would be the
South.
so before you go over the railway line. So
Sorry, I interrupted you again. Carry on.
Yeah. So the routine monitoring involved monitoring watercourses downstream of watercourse crossings, involved monitoring private water supplies, and monitoring this control site, which is out with the whole development area.
Thank you. Could you tell me which private water supplies you monitored?
I'm afraid I can't just now.
But you'd probably remember if you had monitored 07, that group of 3 properties.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't remember monitoring that?
We didn't. That wasn't specified in the monitoring plan as property at risk from the access track or Borrowpit 2, and therefore it didn't require monitoring.
Did you monitor any of the private water supplies along the access track? A bit that's shared?
We'd have to double check, but I believe not.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Now, when you were, so you say you were monitoring, just a bit more on the monitoring at Kilgalleoch. Did you monitor the groundwater?
We did not monitor the groundwater, but I understand groundwater quality was monitored. I'm afraid I wasn't party to that monitoring.
Oh, so you weren't responsible for that part of the monitoring?
I understand there was one groundwater monitoring borehole. I don't know its purpose, and I don't know what results were obtained.
So you don't know if there was any pollution or not?
I know there was no pollution at the monitoring locations that we had responsibility for.
Which were all surface waters and not along the access road?
No, some were groundwater wells associated with properties.
Were those on the? Were those shared with the current site? Can you name which groundwater ones that were interested for this particular development?
As I said, I don't believe we monitored any groundwater abstraction, private water abstractions adjacent to the common access.
Okay, thank you. And you don't know the groundwater monitoring results for either Kilgallick or Arecleoch?
I believe there was just one monitoring location. I don't know the results now.
Okay, thank you. Along the same vein, you have referenced in your inquiry report the BGS, a quote from the BGS aquifer, Scottish aquifers, which is CD 2338. But you've also quoted a description about the groundwater flow paths, the fracture patterns and so on. And we've heard that basically discussed this morning. But I wonder if you could turn to the actual document, CD 2338. And go to page 32, which is table 3.
Sorry, bear with me, my computer's going slow. On which
Okay.
page, sorry?
Sorry, it was, where are we now? Let's go back to page 32, and it's table 3. Are you all there?
Is it physical page 32? Or?
It's the electronic page 32.
Say table 3.
Physical page 20.
Oh, beg your pardon. I've got 2 things up here. You're quite right, ma'am. Yeah, it's the electronic page 20, and it's document page 32. Okay. If you look at the bottom of that table, you'll see, I think it's second from bottom, the Silurian Ordovician stone, which is what you have said applies on this site. So that bit of the table running across gives the characteristics for basically the hydrogeological characteristics. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so with that in mind, if you were monitoring for groundwater, or let's put it another way, if you had a pollution event that went into groundwater, would it surprise you if there was a delay in someone reporting a problem with their private water supply?
Yeah, I would expect a delay, yes.
Okay. So if, for example, there was an incident in a borrow pit, it wouldn't come as a surprise if somebody reported problems a little while later.
I think if there was a problem in a borrow pit, the contractor or the developer would be well aware of it because of the supervision provided by the ECAO. So I think if there was a problem, we probably would expect to see it in the borehole before it would appear in the borehole.
I'm sorry, that you expect to see it in which borehole?
Well, in wherever the water's being monitored.
Okay, so
The source of pollution would, the source of pollution would be evident in the borrow pit, rather than being before it was evident in the water monitoring point.
That's assuming you know where it's going to go.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Okay. And so if you were monitoring groundwater, you might want to do it for a little while after the construction had happened. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now let's see here. Could you turn to CD 2131, please? And these are the Scottish Power borehole logs.
Can you repeat the reference for it?
It should be 2331. That's what I've got down anyway.
Okay, I have those.
Okay, have you seen those before?
I have.
And were they something that you accessed as public information, or were you given those by your company or Scottish Power?
No, we got it from the BGS and the GeoIndex.
From the public website?
Yeah.
Okay. You said this morning that you used the information that you obtained publicly to inform your risk assessment. Did you think this was significant? Did you think that was useful information?
Well, all information is useful information. I also made the point this morning that the borrow pits provide great geological exposures and a lot more information than you can get from a borehole log.
Why didn't you reference these?
I didn't think referencing them would add to my assessment.
All right. What do you see in those borehole logs in generality?
I see they're relatively shallow.
Up to what kind of depth?
Well, borehole 1 is 6 meters, I think. We have 10 meters for borehole 2. Sorry, they're not in numerical order. So borehole 1 is 10 meters. Borehole 2, 11. Do you want me to go on?
No, that's fine. So it's basically below, it's into the bedrock. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
What does that show in the bedrock? You know, you don't need to be too technical, but is it a solid lump of rock?
Yeah, it's just described as a very strong sandstone on borehole 2, so that's a competent piece of rock.
I was thinking more about some of the other reports. Can you see anything called listric faults?
Yeah, I see listric bedding planes, not listric faults.
Okay, and what are those?
So they're described in the borehole logs as extremely closely spaced listric bedding planes, slightly weathered.
And what does weathered mean?
It means presence of water.
I'm sorry, it means presence of water.
It could, weathering is normally staining.
Perhaps you're not reading the same borehole log that I did. I mean, certainly some of them describe broken rock, and you've described the weathering in the borrow pits as broken rock, and that's how it's been described in your technical assessment as well. So you don't agree that there's broken rock?
No, it might be helpful if Dr. Connor wants to refer Mr. Robb to a particular sentence in one of the borehole logs and then ask him the question. That might be fairest to Mr. Robb.
Okay, that's fine. Let's just bring it up. It is quite difficult. If you go to page 2 of the borehole log, it looks to me that it says broken with close and very broken with close and very close spaced listric bedding planes with a dip of 65 degrees and some joints. I haven't gone through them all. Does that suggest to you that the rock might be broken?
Yes.
Those 3 boreholes are situated quite close together. If you turn to page 5 on the borehole logs, which is right at the end, you can see that there is a map that has been drawn of where the boreholes were installed or taken, I should say, maybe. And it's quite helpful because the railway line provides a kind of key reference point, really. So if you could then turn to CD 23.39. If you could go to the map that we looked at yesterday, which is on page 7, electronic page 7. Okay.
Yeah.
You can. Is everybody happy that they can find the railway line, which is at the top? And you can see the curve. If you look where I've labelled surface water, just above the kind of W of the water is fairly much where the Scottish Power boreholes are. Everybody happy with that? So the question I wanted to ask is, we've agreed that those borehole logs showed broken rock, I think. Do you think those changes were just in the area of the boreholes, or do you think they could have gone a little further?
I think the weathered rock that's recorded on the weathered rock that was recorded on the top of the boreholes is typical of the geology regionally here. You can see it in the borrow pits, you see it in the boreholes. I don't think it's related to any. It just reflects the weathering the top surface of the Greywacke.
You say the top surface, so like the BGS aquifer publication suggested that was probably in the top 50 metres. Do you agree?
No, I think it suggests it's shallower than that, the weathering.
But you've described in your inquiry report that you quoted from them to say that there's mixing in the top 50 metres.
There is?
Perhaps I've misunderstood how in this kind of geology, you could get mixing of groundwater in otherwise impermeable rock. But let's leave that aside. Where we've got that map, which we looked at yesterday, can you see any mapped fractures? And I don't think everybody else will understand it, but they would normally be perhaps you can actually see a mapped fracture down in the bottom right of that diagram on page 7. That's what a mapped fracture would look like. So my question to Mr. Robb is, do you see any of those in the area of the borehole? Scottish Power boreholes, I should say.
No, I see the geological boundary for the unit that's labelled GDF. I don't see a geological fault.
No. Do you think that's uncommon? I mean, my understanding is that the British Geological Survey only map fairly major faults, but they don't map inferred and smaller fractures. Correct? Is that correct?
I think they certainly have the competency to map different geological units, which I think is what they've done here.
The different geological units, because obviously that's an issue for this map. The BGS have called them intrusions of rock. Could you describe what that is?
Typically, an intrusion is rock that's been forced into a host rock at a later date.
And is that a traumatic kind of process?
It is.
That's fine. So you might expect perhaps the broken ground that you're seeing in those boreholes maybe would reflect that, and some of the altered bedding planes.
No, I would not accept that. I think if rock is intruded at great heat, and in fact bakes rock around it rather than fractures it.
Okay, so your interpretation is that the fractures around those boreholes is just around the boreholes. Is that right?
No, no.
So it might extend elsewhere.
It's evident in the borrow pits. The top of the borrow pits has a weathered horizon.
That's fine. And that, in the British Geological Aquifer map, which is, I think, figure 13 from memory, which you've copied in your inquiry statement, that kind of connects within the top 50 metres. Do you agree or not agree? Sorry, it's maybe not a good question. I guess you've copied it in your inquiry report, so you must agree. Okay, I think we'll move it on a little bit from groundwater, and I just wanted to clarify, we're nearly there.
Dr. Connor, can I ask a question at this point? Sorry.
Oh, of course.
It's just so as I'm understanding, in that discussion there about broken rock and depth, you referred to 50 metres, and a couple of minutes ago, Mr. Robb said he thought it was shallower depths, and he said also that he thought this evidence of broken rock here was fairly typical of the Grey Wake and in the area. So what I took from what he was saying is, well, that's what you would expect to see given the rock that's here, and he wasn't surprised to see broken rock. So my question to Dr. Robb was, to Mr. Robb, is what kind of depth would you typically expect to see that broken rock?
I think looking at the borrow pits, you'd expect to see fairly well broken rock for the first 5 to 10 metres maybe, not below into superficial soils.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
I think if you don't mind, it might be helpful to look at the BGS diagram, since we've talked about it, and it is referenced, it has been copied by Mr. Robb. You can find that on CD 2328. And that's on page 36, electronic page 36. Okay, we saw this yesterday as well, but I think it is an important diagram. And what it shows is a scale on the right-hand side.
Dr. Connor, just so as I'm looking at the right diagram, has this got a figure number or table number?
Yeah, it's figure 13. And it's the same one that's been copied by Mr. Robb in his inquiry report as being relevant to the Kirkholme rock on this site.
It was running really well, and now it's just completely breaking up again. Can I just listen in?
So, sorry, I couldn't hear whatever that was. Yes, just looking at that diagram again, and I'm sure Mr. Robb will come in if I have got it wrong. What it shows is the wiggly pink lines are that the rock isn't flat, that it's all folded up, and that there is a fracture through one of the bits of the pink rock, and it's a bit displaced. And that's certainly what happens with what's called a district fault, as I understand it, where you basically get a slip of one rock against another, so that the planes of the rock are slightly out of line. The blue kind of straightish lines, which are in the top 50 meters-ish, connect with each other. So there is a connection between the more superficial groundwater paths to the slightly more deeper groundwater paths round about 50 meters. I don't know if that helps a little bit.
Well, I was wondering whether it was going to lead to a question for Mr. Robb, because that's what you've given your evidence.
Oh, I have given my evidence, so I should give you a question, shouldn't I? So my question from that is actually related to White Cairn borehole, which you discussed a little bit earlier this morning, but also in your precognition. And that's a change from your statement in the private water supply, which was that there is no groundwater pathway, and therefore you didn't consider this private water supply any further, to a change in your inquiry report, which is now that it's unlikely to have a pathway. And I just wanted to ask you why you had changed your view on that, and whether that was anything to do with the geology in the area. Sorry, that's rather a long question.
That's okay. Thank you for the chance to provide clarification. I think the change in wording might be sloppy on my behalf. I don't believe there is any change in risk or pathway from the site to that borehole.
Perhaps you could clarify then your inquiry report, where you basically said that you had reassessed the private water supplies, and that this was basically your updated opinion in your inquiry report. So that was a mistake, was it?
What I was saying is I think I used different words to come to the same conclusion.
I obviously have a different interpretation of unlikely from no possibility, but that's fine. We can move on. Okay, just a short question about site design, because I didn't quite understand what was said this morning. I just want to clarify when the site design was signed off.
Sorry, is that the question?
Yes, when was the site design, when was it frozen or signed off? I think you used the word frozen.
Yeah, so it goes through two processes. It goes through a chill and then a freeze. So it gets frozen at the freeze. I can't give you an exact date, but the freeze happened after we have done our baseline assessment and good proportion of our field work.
Can you give me a month?
I'm afraid I can't.
Okay. Well, my next question was, you said this morning, I think you did one of the site visits to the private water supplies, is that correct?
No, we spent
maybe
5 man days on site. Personally, I've been there twice.
And did you do any of the private water supply visits?
I visited the catchment areas, but I didn't speak to the residents. That had been done.
Okay. Did you visit catchment area or the water source for abstraction for 14/16?
I have, yes.
So you've seen the dam?
Yeah, it's more of it's an excavation in the watercourse next to the holding tank.
Next to a holding tank?
Yeah, that's what SAC, the council provided evidence of the holding tank, and you can see that on the railway side.
But did you actually visit it?
I did.
Did you photograph it?
I did.
But those photographs aren't available.
They're available to the inquiry if the inquiry would like them.
I'm sure the reporters will ask for it if necessary. Did anything that you find on your site visit alter your site design? Your frozen plan?
We certainly gave advice and inputted changes in locations of tracks. There was nothing that we found with regard to private water supplies that had a direct. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember the process I went through. Yeah, the private water supplies, yeah, we gave advice on the tracks. We changed some of the locations of the tracks so that they were for less potential to cause an impact on watercourses.
But you didn't unfreeze anything else?
No.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about mitigation a little bit. We'd covered most of it this morning. If you could turn to CD, it's the private water supply risk assessment. It's 10.3. And you've said that there wouldn't be any significant effect on the quantity or quality of private water supplies, even at those that are at risk, because of the mitigation that you're putting in place. Have I understood that correctly?
That is correct, yes.
And you said this morning that the ECO will prevent any pollution events happening. Is that correct?
he will supervise the work so the potential for pollution events are minimised.
But will they be able to actually prevent the pollution events?
No. If a pollution event is, you can put safeguards in place that will reduce the likelihood of an event happening. But an ECOW, for example, might not be able to prevent a heavy rainfall event.
And how would a heavy rainfall event cause problems?
Well, without appropriate design, drainage measures, suspended solids could find their way into watercourses. And then, given a pathway from a watercourse to a private water supply, a private water supply could be impaired.
Thank you. If something like that happened, you set out in 4.4 private water supply risk assessment, that's right at the end. Your mitigation, could you describe what that is, please?
I should say, as an add-on to my previous question, the water control measures on site are designed to contain up to and including a 1 in 200 year rainfall event. So there is plenty of redundancy for routine rainfall events built within the drainage design, would be built into the drainage design for the site. 24.4 though.
Dr. Connor, could you turn your mic
an
off?
example of two.
Get a wee bit of feedback.
Sorry.
So regarding 4.4 of the private water supply risk assessment, I gave an example of a couple of measures that could be deployed. It's not a definitive list by any means, but I said an alternative potable water could be provided if there's a shorter transient pollution
Sorry,
event.
Sorry, could you say that again? I didn't quite catch that.
Sorry, I'm reading from a document that's in a different direction to the microphone. So I gave an example of two measures which might be deployed, or in event there was a pollution event. If it was a shorter transient derogation of water supply, bottled water or by Bowser could be provided for quick dispatch to the property. And the second bullet point, I've said that private water supply could be repaired, or an alternative water source could be provided in case of permanent derogation. These are just two examples.
Thank you. Where does it say Bowser?
It doesn't say Bowser, it says bottled, but a Bowser is another container for water.
I think it's a matter of quantity, isn't it?
It is.
How much quantity do you think you would need?
Well, we know we'd be less than 10 meter cube a day with 10,000 litres.
How much abstraction is there for the 3 private water supplies dependent on private water supply 14 should something go wrong, like, you know, a pollution event with sediment?
Potentially 3 properties that would need to be supplied.
Sorry, I was trying to press you a little bit on how much water do you think you would need to have in stock for them?
This would be detail that would be agreed with South Ayrshire Council as part of the emergency or incident plan for the site. But I don't think the railway station would need very much, given it's a minor line and doesn't have much use. I can't tell you the requirements at Ferngate or Craigley, but there'll be less than 10 metre cube a day.
My understanding is there's a substantial amount of livestock that depends on water at Kenley, and at the very least, the station use water for flushing toilets, which is quite a lot. I somehow don't think a few bottles might be enough. But moving to your other mitigation measure, which you've got there, which is the provision of an alternative spring borehole alternative surface water abstraction. Just thinking about private water supply 14 again, where might you get an alternative water supply for them?
I think it's what that question doesn't do. It doesn't take effect of all the source control measures which should be deployed at site. So the potential for the site to cause a pollution risk is very low. And that's how we've used that to complete our assessment. So if a pollution event were to occur, I think it would be transient. I don't think, given the controls on site, and I think it would be possible to find an alternative source.
I think the issue is that there is a requirement under the EIA ER regulations, EWS EIA regulations, that before a decision is made, that there is provision for disaster. That's what I was trying to explore, because I couldn't really find that in the in the information that has been provided. I wanted to understand from you at this point, at the consenting stage, if there was a disaster to that particular water supply, which is more vulnerable because it's a surface water supply, there will be a gap between providing Bowser's bottled water to installing a slightly more permanent alternative, and how you would cope with that. What provision is being made to supply all the needs and the demand which you don't know about?
Well, we know in combination the three properties don't abstract more than 10 metre cube a day, or 10,000 litres a day. So we know that that is the provision that would need to be provided. And I think it would be possible to provide that by water tanker.
I'm assuming you're including business and livestock in your calculations, but we'll move on. Okay, final question. Yes, it really regards the questionnaire, and it's obviously a very thorough questionnaire that you've attached as Appendix 2. You said you had 7 returns from your questionnaire, and I'm sure the reporters will perhaps be interested in seeing the return. Ask you, did you go to Bar Hill Station and speak to the staff there?
We did.
And you definitely left them one of those questionnaires?
I wasn't there myself, but we spoke to them. So we got the information we needed during that conversation, and we didn't leave a questionnaire. I would say we didn't leave a questionnaire because we spoke to the site staff and got the information we needed.
It's
Yeah,
just that,
questionnaires sorry, I have a list here of questionnaires that we left with properties, and the station isn't one of them.
okay. I'm sure you've perhaps you'd like to give a list so I can cross-check it against the responses we've had. Would that be all right, reporters?
If Mr. Robb has a list there of the properties that you left a questionnaire at, then yeah, it'd be useful to know which ones you got, which ones you left at, and which ones you got returns from.
Are you able to do that just now?
No.
Okay. Okay. And you said that it was basically data protection that prevented you from putting the information about abstraction into your private water supply risk.
There's concerns about data protection, yes.
That's fine. It's curious. You've referenced that your questionnaire complies with the Drinking Water Quality Regulators guidelines. Are you aware that, in fact, anybody can visit a council office, the council offices with an appointment? I'm not quite sure how it works with COVID, but look up anybody's private water supply results?
It's not something we've done before. I would have thought that was privileged information, but we submit data requests to the councils for information about private water supplies, and that information has never been provided to us.
Well, the legislation, the Private Water Supply 2017 regulations, actually makes provision for that. There is no requirement on the council to notify you of somebody's water results, but as an individual, you may, with permission, visit the council offices to view private water supply results. And that's why I was asking about why you felt that you shouldn't put an abstraction volume onto your risk assessment. You felt that was privileged information.
I think there's a control. If the information is held by the council, there is a certain level of control on what information goes into the public domain from the council. When we publish something in an environmental assessment report, once it's published and on the internet, there is no control over where that information will go.
Fair enough. What about the other private water supplies, not the 7 that responded? How did you follow that up?
We left the response at the blank questionnaires and a map at each property, along with an email address and phone number for one of my surveying team. And it was left with them to get in contact with us.
So every single private water supply had that delivered to them, apart from the unoccupied ones?
Apart from the unoccupied ones and ones we believe not to be at risk.
Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Wouldn't you normally have the information to decide they weren't at risk?
It's based on the relationship to the site, but also in the distance from the site. That's why we do the baseline study start, so that we can do some screening before we go to site.
I think you mentioned earlier that you weren't sure where the groundwater flows go, but we'll maybe leave that out of it. Ma'am, I think that is all the questions that I want to ask Mr. Robb. Thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Connor, Mr. Robb. I suggest that we take a short 10-minute break before we come back for reporters' questions and then re-examination. So we'll come back at 14:15. Okay, I think that's everybody back. Mr. Rob, is he there? Okay, David and I have a few questions for you. As with the other witnesses, a lot of our questions have already been covered in your evidence in chief and cross-examination, but just a few to mop up, if that's okay, Mr. Rob?
It's fine, ma'am.
Thank you. Can I take you first of all to the EIA report, in particular page 10.6, CD 1.2.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, and it's really just the first part of the table is the scoping response from South Ayrshire Council on all the matters that they asked to be included within the assessment. Do you consider that all of those have been addressed?
I do, but I'll just check if you like, ma'am.
Please.
Ma'am, could I trouble you please for the reference again? Well, Mr. Rob's looking at that.
Yeah, but it's the EIA report, so it's CD 1.2.
Yeah.
So it's chapter 10, page 10-6.
I'm obliged, thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes. Right.
I think the consultation response from the council asks for 4 things. The first one, prior to the commencement of works on site, a water management plan covering water control measures. So we've given the principles that we'd expect to see in that water management plan in the EIA chapter. But we haven't provided the water management plan because it's something prior to commencement of works. The second thing that's asked for is in the 3rd paragraph, a site-specific hydrogeological report. I believe the description of the baseline conditions provides the hydrogeological report and site setting. And that goes on to say, contains a review of the risks to all private water sources and supplies that have potential to be affected by the development. That's provided by the private water supply risk assessment.
Okay.
It goes on to say, well, shall I carry on?
Yes, please.
The report should include an assessment of all private water supply sources and supplies and focus on the effects on development quality and quantity of the water supplied, both within and out with the site boundary. So we've done that in the private water supply risk assessment. The end of that sentence says, to be affected by the development, and we have considered all of the development as well as cumulative effects. And a conceptual site model should be included as this is key to developing a robust assessment. So the conceptual site model is presented in private water supply risk assessment 10.3.
Yeah, I think you provided this morning because David and I were for us is whether there was a model to actually look at, but I think Mr. McLeod asked you a question about that this morning. So thank you. Okay, second question is to go to the private water supply risk assessment, which is CD 1.5, and wanting to look at the table 2.1. So you're still muted at the minute, Mr.
So I have that, ma'am.
You've got that in front of you. And there's obviously been a lot of discussion and information in relation to the matters that are included on this. It is perhaps a bit of a daft lassie question, but say, as far as I understand, your conclusion is that there is only the receptor pathway resource to the four private water supplies that you've listed as being at risk. But on a number of the private water supplies that have been listed, either the the nature of the type of the source or the location are listed as unknown. And I was just struggling to understand how you can say with such confidence that there isn't a pathway if there's sort of unknowns in relation to some of those private water supplies.
We've used the term unconfirmed. Is that the term you're referring to? What do you mean?
Yes, sorry, unconfirmed.
Yeah, so that's where we've gathered information from third parties that's in the public domain, but we haven't actually verified that in the field. So if we think it's an authoritative source, we've used it.
Right. Okay, that's a helpful explanation, and I'm glad I asked the question now.
Okay.
Final question. Just in terms of there's been some comments from the council and Dr. Connor about the mapped information that had been provided originally within the EIA. And I note within your inquiry report, you'd provided more detailed maps in relation to the four private water supplies that you consider to be at risk. I just wonder if you could clarify, do you have that level of detailed information for all the private water supplies that are listed in table 2.1? It's just you chose not to present them, or was this information that was gathered particularly for these private water supplies?
We have it, but not in a formal context. We use a GIS mapping package. So when we've located a private water supply source, we have layers of geology and topography, and we draw on what we believe to be the water catchment areas based on our site observations and on the mapping sources. And then we describe that in the table that forms a private water supply risk assessment. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6th column, which is the notes, is basically a description of the work we've done in the office where we've mapped the sources. We only present a formal map for the ones that we perceive to be at risk.
Okay, certainly I find those maps very useful to understand the information. Okay, I think David has a few questions as well. If you can maybe hand over to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mr. Rob. Just following up on that point, you say that you only produce a formal map for those that you consider at risk, but you didn't produce that map, did you? In the risk assessment, it was only in your inquiry report that we saw those maps.
That's correct. I thought it'd be useful to inform the inquiry, sir. We generally don't do it as a matter of course.
Would it not be useful information? I mean, we're scrutinising this because there's public inquiry, but presumably our colleagues in Energy Consents Unit would be scrutinising it if there hadn't been a public inquiry. And I'm just interested, why is the information useful for a public inquiry but not necessary if there isn't going to be a public inquiry?
I thought for the public inquiry, I thought there'd be good maps for a basis for discussion to understand the issues. There are instances where we have prepared these maps after preparing a planning application and doing an EIA. If there's an objection, and we're working towards removing that objection before it gets to inquiry, then we might prepare the maps. It also touches upon the issue earlier just about protection of private water supplies and putting too much information in the public domain. It's a fine balance I have to strike, I think. So some people might feel quite reluctant to have catchment areas to the private water supplies in the public domain.
Okay, no, that's fine. Understood. Okay, so I just have one or two questions on the risk assessment. They're just points of detail and clarification, and then we're going to. I want to come back to the sorry, one or two on the inquiry report first, and then I want to come back to the risk assessment. So, can we have a look at your inquiry report? Which is 15, CT 1515, is that right? The version I've got, I'm looking at doesn't have a reference. Yeah, it is 1515.
I have that, sir.
Okay, thank you. So if it's the section on titled hydrogeology, and it's paragraph 5.13. Okay, and you're quoting there from the BGS document, and the last sentence says, in general, flow paths are likely to be relatively short and localised, but in some cases there may be connectivity over several kilometres from higher ground to valleys, and groundwater is often resident in the aquifer for several decades. So that's talking about groundwater. I should have said that at the start. This is about groundwater. And it talks about long, connectivity over several kilometres, but it then says from higher ground to valleys. So does that support your view that that surface? I think you said earlier that surface water catchments are a good proxy for groundwater catchments. So does that support that approach?
It does, yes.
Okay, and it's not a trick question. I just that's to say that. I'm just asking if you take the same thing from me. Yeah. Okay, so just in a similar vein, still on the inquiry report, if you go to 6.15, and the second sentence of that says it is shown that the majority of the PWS sources do not lie in surface or groundwater catchments. Now, that suggests, when I read that the first time, it was suggesting that you'd map two different types of catchments, surface water catchments and groundwater catchments. But that's not what you've done, is that right?
No, that's not the case. That's not the case, sir. Sorry, that is what I've done. I just wanted to make the distinction that I have considered surface water supplies and groundwater supplies.
But yeah, okay. There's not separate mapping of groundwater catchments, is there?
No, but when we look at we look at catchments for geology, we do look at the geology maps to see if there's any map discontinuities or other things that might affect the catchment area.
Okay, this is the next question, just about language. So if we look at, I think it's table 7.1, but just as an example, I'm looking at where that goes over where that goes over the page into page 15, if you've got that, and the row which deals with Corwar Mains Farm, and in the third column, the final column, second sentence says, assessed not as risk, as unlikely there is a pathway linking the source and receptor. And it's just the use of that word likely that I'm interested in. I see that it's over 1 kilometre and upstream and up gradient of the development. So unlikely is fine, is that if that's what you mean, but does it mean that, does that mean extremely unlikely? Does that in fact mean impossible because of the gradients? I'm just interested in what that's supposed to convey.
Yeah, I could have been, reflection, sir, I could have been firmer with my wording. It's extremely unlikely or very low probability.
So can I take that inference when you've used unlikely elsewhere in that table?
Yes, you can, sir.
Okay, thank you. That might be all for the inquiry report, but I'll just check. So yeah, I noted several questions, but those points have been covered, which is why I'm taking a little bit of time between each question just to get. I'm not going to ask you questions again that you've already answered. Right, okay, if we can have a look at 7.7, please. And it's possibly worth doing this if you've got a map of the infrastructure layout or the site layout in front of you. Now, it might not be a question that is for you to answer, but it's about borrow pits. When the borrow pit 2 and borrow pit 3 are midway along the long access track, southern access track, none of which is being upgraded. So I was just interested as to why you need borrow pits in that location. Normally one expects to see the borrow pits located around the site, often trying to avoid or minimise haulage within the site, and so one tends to see them located where you need them. I'm just interested as to why those two borrow pits are there, or are those existing borrow pits? I can't quite remember that are already there. You can help me with that.
Yeah. They're both existing borrow pits, and I think they've been included because the applicant knows they're a good source of rock because they've been used previously. I can't answer whether they would be intended to be used because, as you point out, there are long haulage distances involved to the proposed development area, but they are known sources of good rock within their control.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Okay, I think that's everything for the inquiry report. So I just want to have a look back then at the risk assessment. And again, if you just bear with me till I find what's left to ask. Okay, we've covered that. Okay, we've covered that. So apologies just as I go through these. Yeah, so I just want to talk about or use PWS 03 as an example. Not because I'm interested necessarily in this particular water supply, but it's just to illustrate or help with my question. So that says there in the second but last column, this borehole is located near the catchment divide, but within the River Creek catchment and upstream stroke up groundwater gradient of the proposed development, and thus there is no pathway to the PWS from the proposed development. So it's just underlining, I think, the point that I was asking about earlier. So in effect, upgrading sources are all ruled out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and yeah, and you talked earlier on about the shallow, the weathering at the shallow part of the rock, and therefore the preferential groundwater treatment, groundwater movements downhill. So I just wondered, some of the boreholes will be will all be at depth, and I wonder whether the ruling out of anything upstream or up gradient rather takes into account the depth of the borehole, and as much as it's possible that at surface a borehole will be up gradient, but the bottom of the well or the borehole won't be. Is that something that you've considered?
It is something we have considered. The conceptual site model which we've presented is, and proven by the borrow pits on site, is the very top surface of the bedrock. Behaves like a gravel. Dr. Connor yesterday made an analogy to a pavement. I think it's more like a gravel car park where the upper surface is weathered. So you have the instant rainfall falls onto this gravel, and its easiest path of movement is with gravity downslope within this gravel. And where that gravel maybe meets a clay or valley floor, it emerges as a spring or a discharge. But there is some water which permeates through the gravel and carries on vertically downwards, but it's a small proportion of the water because of the low bulk permeability of the bedrock beneath. And that water, which is slowly permeating through the rock, can be picked up or intercepted by the fissures which the boreholes pick up. And that's why the travel times and the quality of the water in the borehole, well, the travel times are high and the quality of the water in the boreholes is good because it's being filtered through a very fine matrix of wacke as it passes down. That means that fissures can pick up water. It's slightly different to the topographical gradient on the surface. I don't consider that a major factor because of the travel times that are involved. I think Ms. Lobin in her evidence on Wednesday talked about tens or hundreds of years, the age of the water being extracted from boreholes. And that's certainly what's suggested by the BGS in their report.
Okay, you've anticipated my next question, so thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask, let's say in that kind of scenario, when we're talking about some water moving along one of these fissures, and let's just say a kilometre for the sake of argument, what kind of timescales are we talking about then for water to travel, let's say, a kilometre by that route, if it's possible to? Guess.
That's a hard question. From ground surface down to the fissure, and then from the fissure to the borehole, we're talking tens of years, probably. Once it's in the fissure, it will move quicker than when it's moving through the larger mass of the low permeability rock, because the fissure is full of, for want of a better description, sand and gravel. It's more permeable, so water can move more freely within the fissure. It can only move at a rate that it's being recharged at from the low permeability rock surrounding it. So what you find quite commonly is people find a fissure and think they've found a great water supply, and then pump too hard and dry the fissure because the water's not being recharged quickly enough back into the fissure.
Okay, I mean, it was just a kind of ballpark understanding. It was interesting. But you're talking, your evidence there is about tens of years. And I was also going to ask, but I think you've already answered it, is that timescale an attenuating factor as well? And as much as, let's say you have water with pollutants in it entering the groundwater, by the time it may come to go into a borehole, that if that's taken 20 years, that would be that would provide significant attenuation of that water quality. Is that a safe approach?
That's correct. It's correct. It's not something we rely upon in the assessment. As Ms. Loban suggested, prevention of a source of pollution is by far preferred, rather than relying on the natural environment to provide any cleanup that might be needed.
Okay. And just another example, PWSO 5, and this same notes column, the third column says, the third sentence in that column, a watercourse exists between the application boundary and the indicated location of the well, and it is assessed that the well is not in hydraulic connection to the proposed development. So, sorry, excuse me. Is that assessment because there's a watercourse in between?
Yeah. Yes. The watercourses provide almost like hydraulic barriers, or we would call them hydraulic barriers, which can prevent water movement from one side, from groundwater from one side of the watercourse to the other, because the groundwater emerges in the base of the stream and forms base flow. And so streams that run all year round, and particularly in periods of drought, receive a significant contribution from groundwater, and that's how you can evidence it. So based on the conceptual site model of the BGS, prepared and I used in my inquiry report, that shows groundwater emerging in the bases of the streams, the larger streams.
So where you have a stream or a watercourse that operates all year round, you would tend to consider that as a barrier in most terms.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just going over the page to PW Waterply 06. And again, just as an example, looking at the third column there, the data sources, Arecleoch and Arecleoch Wind Farm, EIA and Addendum. So that's the only data source. I'm interested for those where that's your only source. Do you check that data was correct, or perhaps more important, that it's still up to date? And if so, how do you do that?
With this example, because the Arecleoch Wind Farm EIA and project is fairly recent, we wouldn't have gone out and checked that again. We would have considered that contemporary. If it was a much older EIA, we probably would have gone out and checked it.
Okay. Right.
Sorry, sir.
Yep.
Can I just add to that, if you don't mind? I'm just reading the text against a private water supply 06. And we do say, during the site visit to the property, a likely borehole structure was noted. So we did visit that one, in fact. It's just we weren't able to speak to anyone to confirm.
That's fine, thank you. I mean, I just use 06 as an example to illustrate the question, not that I'm alighting in that one for a particular reason. 07 though, my question's a little more specific. If we look at the notes column, so the third sentence, the holding tank was noted to be fed from a pipe that extended from beneath the ground to the tank. It's assumed that the pipe captures a spring within the pasture to the south of the tank. So my question is, why assume that rather than that it might be from a borehole? And in any event, would it make a difference to your assessment of that one?
For this example, I think we had it confirmed in the response we had from the residents that it was a spring source. So we know that will be a shallow emergence of water. The holding tanks is a good telltale sign for where the spring may be. It's not a definitive, but it's a good indicator of where you should start looking. And then looking at the wider context and the setting of the pasture and the area around there, we could delineate where we would think the catchment area for that spring would be. We talked about this one this morning, and there is a watercourse again between the site and the catchment area that we consider for the spring, so that provides that discontinuity.
Okay, thank you. Right, I've done this. Right, yes, I was going to ask you a couple of questions about, there are a couple of examples later on where it's considered not to be in connection, either because it's on the other side, PWS is on the other side of the valley from the infrastructure, or where it's on the same side of the valley but upgrading, and we've covered that, so I don't need to ask those examples. Okay. Right, so that just takes us. There's two of the PWS in section 3 that I want to ask you about. The first one is PWS 10, which is Lagish Farm. Now, that it's just a minor point, I think, of clarification. The second sentence there at the bottom of paper page 8, I think it is, it says that there's no new developments planned within the catchment of the PWS. But I think if you look at the map in your inquiry report, so the maps on page, well, if you look at figure GRIR4, and I think we talked about it, there was going to be a little bit of new upgraded track in the far northern part of the catchment area. So I don't make a big deal about it, but I just want to clarify that that's just a slight error. Yeah.
Yeah, so the inquiry report is correct.
Right, okay. So the final question, or the final thing I'm interested in, is PWS 14 and 16, I suppose. And you'll have heard the discussions, the questions yesterday about this and this morning. And I was asking both Ms. Lobban and Dr. Connor, I think, about whether we have the SEPA guidance, which gives buffer zones for infrastructure near groundwater sources. This is, and we heard about the variety of infrastructure planned within in the upper reaches of the catchment area for this water source, which is fed from the watercourse. So the water supply, which is served from the watercourse itself. So I wondered, are there industry standards or best practice which deal with or treat with this idea as to in this situation when there's infrastructure upstream of this kind of water supply, as to setback distances from watercourses, depth of construction, how new or upgraded watercourses are to be constructed. I just wondered whether there's anything which has helped or should help inform the design of the infrastructure in this situation when we've got a supply fed not from groundwater but from the stream itself.
In response, I think if we relied solely on the SEPA guidance and the buffers, we wouldn't have considered this abstraction as a potential abstraction at risk, because it's more than 250 meters from the nearest infrastructure. So the approach that we've used by using much bigger buffer allows us to capture private water supplies that wouldn't be necessarily captured by the SEPA guidance. With respect to, is there other guidance about buffers? There is not a lot, to be honest. There is SEPA guidance, which historically used to state a buffer of 50 meters from watercourses for any sort of built infrastructure, regardless of depth. The recent guidance has been less prescriptive, which I think is a good thing, because it allows it to be assessed on the basis of risk.
So my understanding of the 250 and 100 meter SEPA buffers, not to say whether they're the right ones we should be applying anyway, but is that was about groundwater from the source of groundwater supply. Whereas, so I was assuming those might not be applicable anyway, because you could be putting infrastructure well beyond 250 meters of the supply of the private water supply, but upstream of it and close to the tributary itself. So it could be far away, much further away than 250 meters from the supply, but because it's close to the upstream waters, that might be of concern. So I was just interested in whether there was an accepted approach, whether it's buffers or something else, for when you're dealing with risk to water courses, which also serve supplies. But anyway, that's why I ask a question.
It's certainly an accepted approach, and I think it's a useful tool to use when assessing private water supplies. It is just one approach to be used in combination with others.
So when you say it is an accepted approach, what is?
Well, applying the guidance, because SEPA will assess the application with regard to their guidance, so we need to use it. So to allow SEPA to make their determination. But looking at other buffers will allow environmental health departments and councils and others to fulfill their obligations in determination.
Okay, but you're not so you're not aware of anything that deals with this particular circumstance where we have it's about works to water courses upstream of where they supply water. There's not a particular documentation or standards or guidance that deal with that issue.
I don't believe so, sir. I think it's just covered in environmental good practice guidance.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, that's all the questions I had. So I'll pass back to Alison. Well, what's next?
Okay, thanks, David. Thank you, Mr. Rob. Last part of today's proceedings then is re-examination. Mr. McLeod, do you just want to start or do you want to take a break beforehand?
No, ma'am, I'm going to be very brief. So happy to start just now.
Okay, over to you then.
Mr. Rob, if we actually just start with one of the questions that Ms. Kirkwood asked you, and that was to do with the risk assessment in table 2.1, and you were asked about what the meaning of unconfirmed when you talked about sources was. And I have you noted as saying it's where you'd taken the information from a source, but you hadn't investigated it in the field. And I just wanted to ask you to maybe expand on that and give the reporters your view on the level of confidence that you would have in order not to investigate further.
It comes down to the site setting and our understanding of the geology and the hydrogeology. If we perceive that a source could be at risk and there could be a pathway, then we would seek to find additional information to allow us to complete a robust assessment of that probable water supply source.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Little asked you some questions about mapping, and you'll remember Mr. Campbell also asked you a question about mapping this morning, particularly around the adequacy of the mapping. And I just wondered, can you clarify what any of the consultees had to say about the mapping approach that you'd taken when you prepared the environmental impact assessment report and the PWS?
There was no objection or request for further information in respect to mapping.
The next question concerns, it's a general question concerning a whole sequence of questions arising from Dr. Connor on geology. You were asked quite a number of points about geological features and so on. And in general terms, did anything that you were asked come as a surprise to you?
No.
Having had the discussion with Dr. Connor about geological issues this afternoon in some detail, is there anything that you've heard or seen that's led you to reconsider any of your conclusions?
No.
I think the last question then that I have for you is just really one of clarification, and I think this was it was another of Dr. Connor's questions. And she was asking you about some information around borrow pits, I think it was, and you were talking about the water control measures, and what you said was, in fact, sorry, I think it was more to do with the site in general. And what you said was water control measures on the site are designed to cover a 1 in 200 year event. There's plenty of redundancy in the system. And it was really just to ask you to explain to the reporters what you mean by that term redundancy in the system.
redundancy is the same as almost designing for exceedance. It's having spare capacity in the system for managing water. A good example might be a borrow pit, a turbine foundation. It provides plenty of opportunity for attenuation of water before then pump discharge. So it allows water to be contained and managed and supervised by the ECAN.
Thank you. I think those are the only questions that I have. I had one final point, and it's really a matter for the reporters. Dr. Connor had asked Mr. Robb about the issue of when the design chill and the design freeze occurred. I do have some information about that, and I can give it this afternoon. I don't have a document reference, I don't think, but I could provide that in writing if that would be helpful to you. I'm not necessarily suggesting you need it, but if you would like it, I can certainly arrange for that to be provided to you and obviously to Dr. Connor and Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. I was going to suggest a kind of a follow-up in writing to cover the other points that have become outstanding, so we could just add that one on to it.
That's absolutely fine.
So what I was going to suggest is that we write out regarding the lodging of the good practice during wind farm construction, and just a question seeking clarification regarding the questionnaires, which I thought Mr. Robb would be able to answer there, and then I thought he had the information in front of him, but we've kind of left that hanging with Dr. Connor, so I think we should sort of close that loop in terms of that information. So if we also add on then just a factual question about the dates for the design freeze, and then that information, all parties would be given an opportunity to comment on the good practice and or the good practice guide, and if you can provide that information that we weren't able to finish off today. Does that sound okay?
I'm certainly happy with that, ma'am, yes.
Mr. Campbell, is that okay with you?
Yes, thank you, that's fine.
Dr. Connor?
Yes, that's fine with me. Thank you very much.
Okay. Before we close today, then, is there anything else anybody wants to raise? Closing submissions for all topics will be after the final oral sessions, which I think is the noise inquiry, which is programmed for the 10th of February. So again, we'll communicate regarding the requirements in relation to that. Yes, Dr. Connor.
Just benefit in terms of procedure. I understood yesterday that you would allow me to refer in the closing statement to all the inquiry documents, anything that's been submitted. Is that correct?
I don't. David, are you? I think that's something that you'd covered yesterday. Can you clarify for Dr. Connor what we agreed and what would be included in closing submissions?
Yes. I mean, as I said yesterday, the purpose of it is to summarise and tell us what you've taken from what's went on. So you've submitted a number of documents. You could certainly refer to them, of course you can. I just made the point that you shouldn't advance new lines of argument, if you like, and new areas of evidence which we haven't discussed, which isn't discussed in the written submissions or the oral evidence we've heard.
But I'm allowed to refer to the risk assessment and the environmental report.
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Those mute unmute buttons are such a challenge. Thank you very much, everybody, for your involvement over the last 3 days. And for those of you that are taking part in other sessions, we'll see you in February. We'll be in touch through Jane regarding procedures, documents, any outstanding information. But for the end of week 1, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.